Hello. Hi. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 11 o'clock on 6/25/25. That's a 6/25/25. Yeah, it's 11 a.m. in the morning. It's 70 degrees out. It's kind of cool. And it's Wednesday. And I love you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I will be playing some Eve and some FFXI and some 7 Days to Die today and recording. And I love you guys. Yep, there we go. We're going live. Yeah. And I'm going to log in, join a game. Are you going to kill me? You're going to kill me when I log in, aren't you? Yeah, I know you are. Oh, my God. I'm going to drop it off the big face. Sorry. There we go. And, hi. Stream probably just went up and the ads are finishing. Check all my stuff and my conditions and stuff. There we are. There we go. Hello, people. So, going live. Yes. And then, all the suspicious things about the Summer Wells disappearance. Ross stopped killing games. Official response to Pirate Software. I don't know if I care about this. It seems like some manufactured drama. And I don't really, single streaming to Twitch and Twitch alone, huh? Bleed Purple. Wow. Here sounds like a good one. Yeah, we'll take that one. Here's Luke Stevens talking about Monster Hunter Wilds, which I don't really understand. Yep. Maybe the world realized that fighting bosses over and over again is actually not something you should look forward to. Just saying. Just saying. What am I getting on today? I'm getting on my main. Yep. I haven't played my hardcore character in a while. Let's spawn. Am I gonna die? I'm gonna die in the next 30 seconds, aren't I? Yeah, and it's gonna cost me like a 10-minute run. So annoying. You gonna kill me? No, you didn't kill me. Oh yeah, I died. Yeah, or whatever. Yeah, I died or whatever. Yeah. God damn it. I'm out of gas. I'm way the fuck south. It is Horde Night, so they're gonna fucking relentlessly chase me, but I'm a little bit more awake and like more able to deal with what's going on. What's that thing? Oh, yeah. Wait, I went the wrong way. God damn it. God damn it. I should just kill the bird. Since I don't actively have Horde Night on me, because they killed me, maybe I can salvage this run and find my shit. I fucking doubt it. I fucking doubt it. Nope. My helicopter, I'm sure it's here somewhere. I know it's somewhere around the snow. I've only been to snow in one place. Yep, so I know my helicopter is down there somewhere, and I'm going to make my attempt to try and get it. Oh, god damn it, there's zombies already. Is he a fucking beekeeper? No. Just gonna hit cars on the way to try and get going, and I'm just gonna try and make it. Ah, I don't have anything. I don't have anything. Go, go. Go, go. I've had to run a lot more than I care to run because of stupid-ass death bag mechanics, and not because of death bag mechanics, but because they suck dick at showing you where your fucking body is. Where am I? Where am I? Like, see, a lot of this game fucking sucks. Let's go. Hurry up, motherfucker. It's, like, really hard to see that white triangle over the yellow. It's fucking dumb. Like, where am I? Like, dumb. Put a black arrow at that point. Anything's better than this. Goddamn fucking relentless birds. Leave me alone. Fucking piece of shit Morrowind birds. Get the fuck off me. Get off me, motherfucker. How many times do I have to hit you? Just hit him. Just hit him. You're so annoying. God damn it, I don't have time for this. Fucking die. 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 Ugh. God damn it. Ugh. Just get me out of here. Out. Out. Go, 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 go. Please, it's a motorcycle. Please move. Please move. Jesus Christ, you piece of shit cocksucker developers. Fix your fucking your collision boxes. Fix them. You suck dick. You can see how much that sucks dick. Fix your fucking game. Fucking too many birds, developer. Too many birds. How many birds in the last minute? 5? You're goddamn dumb. Piece of shit, developer. Fuck you. Where did the zombie come from? There was nothing here? Or there was nothing here? I will make it to my goddamn goal, I swear to God. Look at how much shit you put on one person, because you suck dick, developer. Jesus Christ. I can't move. You don't think this might be asinine? Look how asinine this is, you piece of shit, developer. Fucking asinine. God damn it. Fucking die. 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 I'm out. Go. Sooner or later, the hellscape will end. Long enough for me to farm a car. I would have been fine to fight Horde Knight if you didn't fuck me and lose my helicopter. Like, this is all entirely on piece of shit developer fuck-ups. All of it. I disconnected like 10 times last night because I crossed ley lines and shit like this, like Mortal or whatever. The birds are mentally fucking retarded like the goddamn developer. Like, the Horde Knight was fine if you didn't fucking stash my helicopter God knows where. You DC'd me, you disconnected me from the fucking helicopter. I have no idea where the fuck it is. I know I was in snow, trying to do snow somewhere. I really don't know. I have a helicopter and a motorcycle on a body that I can't recover because the body's not on the motherfucking map anymore. How did you go live like this, piece of shit developer? It should be against the goddamn law. Full blown against the law. And why are you allowed to do this stupid ass shit? Why do you do that? Why, I mean, really, like not allowed, but I mean, like literally, like you shouldn't be able to mass sell to the masses, millions of people, a product that doesn't work. It should be against the goddamn law. Look at how much fucking birds I have. You don't think this might be your fucking a problem, you piece of shit developer? I'm out of gas. So I'm like pushing the motorcycle or something. I don't know. No, they're pushing me. They're pushing me. They're not hurting me. They're just pushing me. So now, as you can see, piece of shit developer, piece of shit brain dead developer. I'm gonna ride your fucking birds across the goddamn biome just to show them how fucking dumb you are. You are dumb. You're fucking dumb piece of shit developer, and I am gonna bully you about it. This shit is so dumb. You don't think that might be goddamn mentally retarded? Like you, developer. Why? Why? Just why? Just why? Why? Please? Take... I'm gonna go to where I had a mark. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna go to where I thought I had a mark or a bag or something. I lost both a helicopter and a motorcycle. They were on me. Now, I'm sure we'll find them, like a week from now or something. But right now, I'm fucking fucked. I'm fucked. Look, if you run on foot, the birds drop back for some reason, but you can't lose them on a motorcycle, which is so dumb. I mean, yeah, because you can tell that the birds are terribly designed. Fucking fix them. Fix the birds and fix the bees. Birds and bees, developer, fix them. They're both fucking problematic. Fucking fix them. Piece of shit-ass cocksucker developer. Your fucking brain-dead problems you have to pass on like some kind of cost of business to the consumer. You fucking shitheads. I'll call you exactly what the fuck you are. You're shitheads. You treat people like this, you're disgusting. Please give me gas. I better run. I waited too long. Oh, God. Please let me move. Please let me move. Please let me move. Okay, soon it ends. And I might, mark my words, might find my fucking helicopter. I fucking doubt it. I think the developer fucked me. And I think I'm gonna go into the Twitch stream and talk shit about the goddamn developer to their fucking face and then publish it later tonight. You fucking piece of shit developer. Look at how fucking terrible your fucking design is. Jesus fucking Christ. I would need a chain gun to kill these birds. That's insane. Just insane. I'm gonna go till I run out of gas again and then pick up the fucking motorcycle. Maybe I shouldn't be turbo boost. I don't know. If I stop, I should stop by a car. Such terrible ass design. You can fucking see it. Hey, another bird. Thanks. Good job. Maybe if I log, they'll despawn the birds. I might try it. But if you log on your motorcycle, you might not ever find the motorcycle ever again. It might teleport away from you like a mile. Here, leave me the fuck alone. Leave me alone, piece of shit birds. Leave me alone, piece of shit developer. I don't want your fucking harassment anymore. You're like a goddamn cyberbully or something like that. Change your fucking life, shithead. Stop doing this stupid ass shit and fucking fix it. Okay. Now for the fucking 10-mile walk or whatever it is to fucking snow. As I slowly tap things and slowly get back up. Or whatever. Oh, go. What is hitting me? Is it a bird? Of course it's a bird. What kind of question is that? We all know what it is. Fucking goddamn dumb developer. Did you really think the cliff racers from Morrowind were that good? You want to know why there isn't any cliff racer in fucking Oblivion and Skyrim or, you know, Starfield or whatever piece of shit goddamn fun pimps cocksucker developer? I'll tell you why. Because cliff racers aren't a fun mob. They don't add to the experience. They make you cuss the developer for being brain dead. We used to cuss you, like literally Todd Howard and shit. Used to cuss him when I was like 14 years old. I'd be like, goddamn piece of shit, brain dead fucking developer. Stop putting cliff racers on me. I don't have enough fucking like hands to fight how many cliff racers you have put on me. It's so fucking stupid. And we all knew it was some form of jank Bethesda thought was funny or something like that, a bug instead of a feature or whatever. Nah, now you put cliff racers in goddamn 7 days and you suck dick developer, and I know your piece of shit sycophants won't tell you, but I will tell you, get the cliff racers the fuck out of fucking 7 days, you piece of shit, brain dead cocksucker developer. It's like you constantly harass us. It's like birds descend from the sky, like that movie The Birds, and it's not good. It's not a fun experience like other games. It's just harassment. You need to fucking exit it from the fucking game entirely. I rate it a 0, like your fucking IQ, piece of shit developer, like your fucking IQ. Birds, terrible design, like the developer, terrible. Piece of shit ass developers. Thank God we can edit you out of the goddamn thing with mods, because your fucking poor life decisions about piece of shit fucking cliff racers and fucking piece of shit ass fucking harassment from fucking mobs all the time, 25 mobs or whatever on a solo player. You can suck a fucking dick, piece of shit worthless ass developer. You can trick millions and millions of people and tank and drive your fucking sales into the goddamn ground and kill the Babylon Hollywood that is video games with your incompetence. But it doesn't change the fact that your piece of shit design is piece of shit design. Fucking fix it. Fucking change it. I can't pause to even tap a car because the constant fucking harassment. It's not that the spawns are bad. It's that they're constant. Fucking constant. Give me a little 3.5 minute break here. You know, a little 2.5 minute break till I can actually play the game, maybe. Instead of just constant birds and constant patrols and constant runners all the fucking time in my personal fucking space, crawling up my goddamn thigh with a fucking knife in their fucking teeth, trying to harass me and get me to cuss you, your fucking name and your family, you piece of shit goddamn cocksucker developers. Fucking fuck you and your fucking feckless passing the cost of business onto the consumer, you piece of shit software tools. Fucking fuck you. And for the damage you do to kids, you shitheads. Yeah. Go. Just go. Just go. Man, getting something in my personal space every 5 seconds seems to be really good design. Piece of shit cocksucker brain dead developer. Really good design. Really good. Man, hey, more harassment. Great. Every 5 seconds, some fucker up your fucking ass. Piece of shit brain dead developer. You really think that's good design? I don't. Give me a fucking break. It should be against the law for you to bomb me with cliff racers for thousands of hours. It should be against the law for you to use such shitty McBobitty crappy cocksucker fucking sound effects. Would you like to hear them? Shall I chop a tree? Like full blown, you guys need to work on your fucking sound effects. Your sound effects are a form of sound torture. Full blown sound torture. You want to know why my fucking my volume right now is down to fucking 5%? It's because most of your goddamn sound effects are like a form of fucking literal Guantanamo torture. I'm not kidding either, you piece of shit cocksucker fucking piece of shit developers. You pass the cost of business on to the consumer. You take millions and millions and millions of dollars from us, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars, and then you phone in some piece of shit sound effect from fucking 29 years ago from Morrowind or some shit. And it's like, nah, fuck you. I hope your goddamn game dies. I hope you lose your money in that house in the hills. You piece of shit, cocksucker, fucking feckless, worthless piece of shit, brain dead, fucking cocksucker developer. Fucking sick of your fucking fuck-ups. Sick of your jank existing fucking 15 years later. Sick of your fucking 15 cliff racers sucking on my dick like you, developer. Fucking sick of you fucking harassing me with mobs all the goddamn time. Get a fucking better spawner, you piece of shit. Buy a spawner. You took millions of dollars from us. Buy a fucking spawner. Get a fucking clue or pay a modder or something. You worthless piece of shit-ass developers. You think I'm fucking kidding? No, I mean every word I fucking say. I'm not being hyperbolic for the fucking stream. I'm not. I would have said this when I was 12 years old. That's the fucking sad part. You think I'm fucking kidding? I used to say this shit when I was like 12 years old. We would cuss your fucking name for the torture you put us through sometimes. Jesus fucking Christ. Ugh. So you let me fall 140 feet there, did nothing. Then I fall another 4 feet there, and you punish me for half my goddamn health bar. 'Cause you suck dick and pass cost of business onto the consumer. And we all know that you do this. You steal hundreds of millions of dollars from fucking kids, and then you phone in 15 cliff racers and don't do anything about it. Piece of shit. Fucking piece of shit. Fucking feckless asshole. Piece of shit. fucking piece of shit developer. Stop fucking putting birds on me. Stop doing it. Jesus fucking Christ. Design your fucking game better, you failure ass, piece of shit ass third party cocksuckers. You're always gonna be third party if you treat us like this. This goes for Henrik too. You're always gonna be third party if you fucking treat us like this, you fucking shitheads. You forget that we live here. We play these games, that we have these fucking lifestyles and shit inside of your fucking game. You forget that we spend so much time here. So much time here. Where's my helicopter, piece of shit cocksucker developer? Where's my fucking motorcycle and my body, piece of shit goddamn cocksucker brain dead fucking asshole developer? Where the fuck is my shit? Where's my shit? That's my shit. I work for that shit. Not you, piece of shit developer. Where's my helicopter? Where is it? God damn it, you suck so much dick. Every game I play, too. From EVE Online to Final Fantasy 11 to fucking 14, ESO, 76. You guys suck so much goddamn dick. Fucking actually make your games good. I'm like, definitely, I like, don't do any more Cliff Racer bullshit. Don't fucking jack me on my fucking vehicle and waste hundreds of hours of my fucking time trying to recover some goddamn helicopter on some fucking failure-ass jank developer bullshit. Yeah. Let's fight another bird as I troll you to your fucking face about fighting fucking birds all the goddamn time. Wait, hold on. Maybe the birds aren't a problem. Oh, the birds aren't a problem, developer. No, nothing. No, developer. Oh, the birds are perfect. Chef kiss on the birds, you fucking shithead. We're always complaining about something that you do. To me, it's the Cliff Racers since Morrowind, you fucking shitheads. It's not that fun to be in Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds all the goddamn time. Fix your fucking game, you fucking shithead. Fix your fucking game. Hey, you are a shithead for doing this shit to us. You're a shithead. Fucking shithead. It's like rude. It's expensive. It costs us money. And you pass the cost of the business onto the goddamn consumer. Where are the fucking lawyers? You should have been sued. It should be against the law to do this to kids. Jesus fucking Christ. And you sold multi-platform millions of goddamn copies at $50 a pop. I know that you have millions of goddamn dollars that you jack from us, you piece of shit ass developer. Fucking fix the Cliff Racers and the goddamn helicopter spawn. And the fucking and linking me to the helicopter so I can find it again. Fix all that stupid ass shit or don't go live or the lawyers destroy your goddamn company. Don't go live like this. I want the lawyers to destroy you. 7 days. Fun pimps, Bethesda, fucking Square Enix, fucking Squeenix, piece of shit, fucking cocksucker Yoshi P. I want your fucking governments and your fucking lawyers to destroy these worthless ass fucking video game companies that rip off kids like this. I want your fucking businesses to cease existing. Yeah, I'm coming for you. You want to stick these piece of shit ass birds and mobs up my fucking ass all day for no goddamn reason and harass me like I need harassment from your fucking mobs all goddamn day? Then I'm gonna climb up your fucking thigh with a knife in my teeth, developer, and see how you fucking like it when I talk very plainly about how fucking much damage it causes us when you design like this, you fucking cocksucking pieces of shit. Get the fucking bird off of me, you piece of shit. Fucking cocksucker developer. You call it a crash out. I call it being honest. You know what I'm saying? It's honest. It's honesty. You don't get it from your sycophant piece of shit tablet generations. I'm giving you the honest appraisal of your worthless piece of shit should be illegal product. It should be illegal to treat kids like this. Like, Jesus Christ, get the fucking bird off me, you goddamn cocksucker developer. Like, get the bird off me. I'm gonna make you into a fucking meme if I have to. I'll make you into a meme. You think this is about me, or that I'm shameless, or that I'm crashing out, or I'm some crazy person, I'm molding or something. No, this is you, piece of shit developer. This is 27 years of piece of shit developers harrowing us and fucking, like sending Cliff Racers and bullshit. Terrible-ass sound effects and sirens and crappy-ass graphics for cars and shit like this. Like, come on, man. How many pictures of cars exist on the fucking planet? Can't you get something that doesn't look as horrible as that? You fucking suck dick, developer. How many millions of dollars did you make off of us in $60 a pop sales? Did you pocket that money, suck dick, go back to that nice house in the hills and suck dick at your fucking job for the rest of your life? You need to come back to your fucking job now. Fix the goddamn Cliff Racers and show me where the fuck my helicopter is, you fucking piece of shit. Fuck you. you. It's not your helicopter. It's not your motorcycle. You didn't spend hours like my friend Begon making those motorcycles or fucking... That's the problem with your fucking jank. You don't spend the time, developer. You just throw the code, you jack off, you throw some semen on it, and you turn it in for $60, and you fuck us with cliff racers, friendly fire, fucking terrible ass parries, and piece of shit ass like fucking like weird. You know, the game's beautiful, but when I look at this car, I think, oh god, am I playing a Super Nintendo game? Look at this fucking car. Am I playing a Super Nintendo game? Or I don't know, like a PlayStation 1 game? Jesus Christ, I know you pulled at least $100 million off of 7 Days to Die. Maybe you should spend 60 grand and pay a fucking developer to fix that fucking car. You worthless piece of shit ass, pass the cost of business onto the consumer, cocksucker. You keep adding stuff like storms instead of fixing what you currently have. I have the same fucking issues with Mortal Online 2, EVE Online, something about these weird fucking third-party survival game cocksuckers. They take all of our money and they run to the house in the hills. You can see it from how the plants look like garbage. The graphics kind of look like garbage. Like the fucking, like the mechanics are mostly garbage. You've lost your helicopter and you've got to embarrass yourself with your co-op partner and inform them that you've lost 2 vehicles in one day because the bodies are just full-blown gone. The body's just gone. It's fucking gone. Why? Why? It's a single-player game, you piece of shit cocksucker developer. Does a body need to disappear in Minecraft? I don't think it does, but in your piece of shit-ass world, it does, because you're a fucking cocksucker. You treat us like garbage all the fucking time. Fuck you. If I saw you in real life, I'd swing on you. Like, for like, full-blown, I would. I know it sounds crazy, but I would. I'd swing on you. I would far more likely want to swing on one of these piece-of-shit developers ripping us off with these terrible cliff racers and these fucking problems and all that than anybody in my personal life. Because they cause me far more damage. Your fucking birds, they cost me more time and actual damage in my life than I would care to admit. So I do scream at you. I fucking scream at you. Piece of shit-ass developer. Fix your fucking game and don't go live like this or I'll have the lawyers tear you the fuck apart, you fucking thief. You fucking thieves. You know what these software developer corporations are? You want to know what Fun Pimps actually is? Fucking thievery corporations. If you know, you know. Piece of shit-ass software developer thievery corporations. They all Bitcoin and fucking, you know, NFT each other's in the butts, you know? They're software developers. They're basically criminals. Like, full-blown. Like, I mean, if you charge $60 for this, you are a fucking criminal. I swear to God, you're a criminal. Where are the fucking lawyers? Come on, lawyers. Where are you? Jesus Christ, I can't believe I have to pull a Simpsons joke to make fun of how bad the sad state of affairs in the video game industry is. Come on, lawyers. Where the fuck are you? Hey, legal, you want some money? Maybe illustrate what these people are doing to the kids. Look at the fucking graphics that they think is okay on a $100 million title that's cross-platform. It's thievery. It's right there in fucking front of you. Fucking, they took our money and they ran. Like, it's fucking clear. Hey, lawyers, where the fuck are you? You know, where do you like you know, all those jokes about how you know, hey, maybe you should actually do your fucking jobs and bring these software developers to fucking curb. You know, all the Bitcoin developers that are making money off of a child molestation currency. Maybe you should have stopped NFTs. Maybe the internet needs laws, maybe. I know you're a piece of shit, do-nothing American leadership in the real life, but we also have the internet now, too. And I really can't have you doing nothing in the internet, too. I need you to actually maybe curb these terrible software developers as they Elon Musk steal from us with government contracts and fucking video games. And they shut down Xbox and shit like this. Come on, man. Fucking bust Microsoft. Piece of shit ass criminal enterprise. I'm fucking sick of them doing damage to us. Do something about it. Somebody do something about it. I shouldn't have to start a goddamn gaming lobby just to inspire some lawyers to sue some people. What the fuck's wrong with you piece of shit ass software developers? Why? Boy, I really like going to the gas station in the real life for 40 fucking years, you know, 40 fucking years since I was like 5 years old, and spending 10 or 15 minutes there for, or whatever it is, you know, or whatever, 5-10 minutes there, like filling a fucking tank on a fucking car and just tapping your foot and fucking waiting. 40 years of that. So yeah, you put that in your fucking video game, you brain dead piece of shit. Why? Why did you put stopping at a gas station into the gameplay loop? I know it adds realism, but it's also just like, of all the things, did you really need to put the DMV and Fallout 76, you piece of shit cocksucker software developers? Fuck you. The hell is this? Wait, this is our house? No, this is somebody else's house. Nice. This must be like Dreb's house, huh? I guess there isn't shared waypoints. Oh, do you do it like that? I don't know. I lost the, yeah, will you save or whatever? Yeah, save this. Can you save or am I full? There you go. You worthless piece of shit developer. Boy, I really like fucking, like what has it been? It's been half an hour. I've been running around snow for fucking half an hour trying to figure out where you stuck my fucking helicopter. It's gone. The whole body's gone. Where's my helicopter? You're so annoying. I'm gonna run over there because it kind of seems like... Yeah, it like kind of seems like maybe I was on the border over there, and we'll just go try and find my fucking helicopter, please. Where's my helicopter? You're such a piece of shit. It's such a really big game. I can't believe you did this to me. It's like a betrayal, you fucking piece of shit software developer. Why do you betray us like this all the goddamn time? Why do you stab us in the back for giving you money? I mean, I'm dead serious about this. You think I'm just being hyperbolic, but no. Why do you stab us in the goddamn back all the time as we give you money? It seems fucking weird. Like, this feels like you stabbed me in the goddamn back and left me stranded out in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like, imagine if you were out in the desert somewhere and somebody just drove off and left you there. That's what I fucking feel like, developer. You, like, stranded me in the middle of the fucking snow in the desert on Hoth with no transportation at all. No hope or any fucking hope of finding my helicopter. I better run the border, huh? All the way. I think this is as far south as I went. If I don't see the fucking... Like, I know I was doing some border somewhere around here. But, I mean, I thought I would be able to just navigate back to my helicopter, but the developer is so goddamn incompetent. I don't know if I should play this game. If I lost this kit, and without a helicopter, I don't really want to do this game. I'm just going to be honest. Without a helicopter, I don't want to do this game, and I don't want to make another one either. There's a giant beetle on my television screen. I should probably worry about him, but I don't care. As long as he doesn't mess with me, I won't mess with him. Not giant, but he's big. He's like size of a, I don't know, a wasp. Yeah, he's like the size of a wasp, and he's making me nervous because it's like, is it a wasp? Are you a wasp friend? You look like a dying wasp. Yeah. Maybe I better go open my door and try to let this wasp out before he stings me. I'll be right back. Nope. I don't want to be stung, but I want you off my television screen. Off. Damn it. Oh no, oh no. Please don't bird me right now, you fucking developer. You suck so much dick. Fucking birds. Goddamn brain dead cocksucker developer. Goddamn brain dead cocksucker storms. What the fucking fuck's wrong with you? Well, my patience for this experience is slowly coming to an end. Yeah, my patience for this experience is coming to an end. I flew east from wherever we live, and I don't know where that is. I didn't mark it on the map. Well, there's a airdrop over there. I guess I'll go get that. Oh, maybe the helicopter's over there, because I think that's where I went to go pick up a oh, how many honey, huh? God damn it. What are the chances of finding this? It's 0. Looking for it is fucking stupid. At least I have this motorbike. I can get stuff around the base done today. And having a helicopter and a motorcycle was nice. But I mean, because of the developer, we can't have nice things. Why do I see bees right there? Oh. Because there's a mob, and he's going to kill me. Want to get away from him. Fucking annoying. Well, at least I can go in the wasteland now. Or no, I guess I have to do snow. I have to do all the stupid snow stuff. Aww. Not really having fun with all the gated gameplay. The gated gameplay is pissing me off. It's like all the bad parts of an MMO. What's in here? Ooh. Oh. Yeah. I can't move. I don't know why. I cannot move. Why? Is it because of water? Oh yeah, you suck dick, developers. Why? I forgot. Yeah, you suck so much dick, developer. I forgot. Sorry. Forgot how much dick the developer sucks. Sorry. Gotta remember that water completely cripples you. Yep, and I'll probably die in this fucking pit. Goddamn worthless piece of shit-ass developer. I don't have a way to stop them. Please stand on the block. Okay. Can't move. Going to die in this pit. Can't move. Can't move. Can't move. I'm going to die in this pit because you suck dick at design, developer. It's not because of this challenge or anything like this. It's because you suck dick at design and I can't get back up the fucking... I can't move for some reason. Why can't I move? Okay, I have 50 stam. Please let me use it. You suck dick at design. Your stamina is egregiously bad. Like, egregiously fucking bad. Let us never speak of that again. Please do not make mechanics based around how badly you design water. It's just not a good look. Remember how World of Warcraft did that in 2003 with that quest in Darkshore where all the hardcore characters drown? You remember? Now, you might remember that fondly, but I've lost a lot of time there, and I've been cussing developers about that all my goddamn life. And I really would prefer if you just don't make your failure around designing water my problem. Is that fair? I don't want you to make your failure around designing water my problem. Is that fair? I think it is fair. Because I paid you money, you know? You shouldn't treat me like this. Fucking bees. Go. Go. Nope. Piece of shit developer. Now I'm going to check the other place that I thought my helicopter might be. The bird killed me outside of the trader. But I don't have the trader marked. See, it's like not that good of a game. Oh, damn it. Fucking bees again. Bees or birds all the goddamn time. Excessive. Fucking excessive. Oh good, another fucking bird. Big surprise. Maybe this one will kill me. Jesus fucking Christ. Of course I have. Come on, man. You suck so much dick at this. How long till the next bird, guys? Is it 8 seconds? 16 seconds? We'll see. There's that wasp again. He didn't leave. Oh, right, because, yeah, I'm just going to exit the game so that the developer doesn't crawl up my goddamn thigh with a knife in their teeth so I can deal with this wasp in my real life. Goddamn piece of shit cocksucker developers. Get the fuck out of my house. Go. Yes, you. Go. I got him out without killing him. Using a tissue. God damn it. At least I'm still alive, and I imagine we'll probably find those vehicles later. But, I mean, they're gone now. And the sets, and the guns, and the ammo. Three health. I'm gonna die, aren't I? Yeah, I better walk the rest of the way. Or, I don't know, water or whatever. So this is where I thought... Wait, no, I think you moved the marker. What? If I die, I will lose the bike. I need the bike on my bar. Just going to use all this worthless crap because what can I do? I guess a better solution would be to make a storage box and just dump all of this stuff. At least I kept the guns and it wasn't that bad. It was just 2 vehicles. Oh, I don't care about the body. I care about the fucking helicopter. I guess I'm gonna run the whole snow border. But I mean, it's not gonna pop on the fucking map because it's been like 3 deaths. I'll have to walk up to it and get in it. It is disheartening, and it's not because I lost. I didn't die in ways where I couldn't recover. I wasn't in scary places. I was outside the front door of the fucking trader, and I died to a bird. And like, come on, man. Like, I don't really understand that. Suddenly the motorcycle and the fucking helicopter were gone. I don't think I was ever going to recover them in the first fucking place. Your fucking terrible ass design. I just don't really understand it, really. It's not disheartening to lose the vehicles. It's disheartening that we've let you take over this industry. Or not take over, but that we've even let you stay here, really. Like looking at how you treat us as developers, it's disheartening to me that you guys still have companies, kind of. You treat us like such garbage all the time. Like this helicopter problem. Can't stand this terrible problem. It's fucking stupid. I guess I'll drop a box right here at this, like fucking, like, crossroads. There's a hunting rifle. Okay, I'm gonna shut my door now. Let's go back and see if I can cheat. The last 40 minutes of the session.
Really just, my heart legitimately breaks for his ex-wife, because I can't imagine what that...
About the coming technological singularity as this...
Yeah.
This probably works with a truck too.
And that right there, that's like a 20. Yeah. This knowledge is like a 25,000 hit video. I should go make it. I'm the streamer, but see, I don't want to be known as the 7 days guy, you know?
Or I just have 3 8 places can't hear us.
There's all kinds of weird theories you could run about how to do this. Like, I'm a big proponent of... Imagine a hallway just going from point A to point B in front of you, from point A at the north side to point B at the south. All along the left hallways, to the left and the right, you could have turrets. So as the zombies walk through, they're just subjected to this death wall of turrets. But you don't need a lot of space for that. And I could draw pictures if you need me to, but you easily could do like a... Yeah.
That could be a horde.
Like a rim. Well, no, but it could also be our front door. So no matter what, like, you know, we can just run past all those turrets because they don't shoot us, you know?
Farm going so we can afford solar panel.
The desert, and the desert
can actually have electricity.
Yep. Oh, the desert. Are you serious? So the snow had a storm.
Can afford solar.
I don't know if it's worth the time, but you could always if you need. It's the zombie view.
This game down. Don't work out as well.
Yep. Like these things happen, you know. Wait, what'd you say? Sorry. So the helicopter is on the body, but the body might not be there.
With a truck too.
I should go make it. I'm the streamer, but see, I don't. I lived. Like, I'm a big proponent of this death, you know? There! That's good info! I might have got it! No, I'm dead! Why am I dead? Oh, right, because the developer sucks dick. Right, I'm sorry, I forgot. Oh, good, I've got to walk for hours and hours and hours again. Oh, good, yeah, developer, you suck so much dick. Jesus Christ, you suck so much dick. For fuck's sake. You suck so much dick. For fuck's sake. For fuck's sake. Come on, man. I was alt-tabbed and you fucking killed me because you suck dick. You do suck dick. You constantly harass me all the time when I'm alt-tabbed. It's so annoying. Maybe design better. No, I mean, design better isn't going to happen. You guys are all like 60 years old. You're not going to design better. You just suck dick. That's just the case. That's who you are. You're bad at your job. I can't get you like around that. Where's the vehicle stuff? I just can't see it. I know it's here, but I cannot see it. I know it's here. Where is vehicle stuff? I'm looking and I'm looking there. For fuck's sake. So, yeah. So, I'm taking... Well, no. Yeah, I'm taking that mini bike. And I'm taking some gas. And with a mini bike and a dream, I might be able to recover all this, but it'll be fucking hard. We'll see. Oh, good. There's a storm. Why not? Why not suck dick with a storm? I mean, what else are you going to do? Are you hurting me? You are. You're hurting me. Get me out. I'm nowhere. I'm inside my base. What the fuck? Design your game better, piece of shit. 60 minutes. That's it? $60 minutes. That's worse than Rust or whatever. No, it's a little bit better than Rust. 65 minutes. It's been 57. If it wasn't for the storm. I did log for a bunch of this. I don't know. What time of day was this when I died?
Solar panels. So that we can actually have electricity.
Yep. Oh, it was day 86. Load this game. God damn it. The fucking developer is so fucking bad. Maybe he changed the rules on loot bags. We don't know. So it was day 86 at 10 a.m. and I think I spent an entire horde night trying to find this. Day 86, day 87.
I believe in, and then I'm going to challenge you on a fundamental level here. I believe in the power up. I would this came here illegally,
but I don't care about that. I care about the legals and legals.
Well, let's bandy over how bad I might be being right now. Let's see what percentage does the census think that America is Latino. You know,
I don't know why that matters.
It matters because it's the vote bag on. Most of them vote. And it's weird because the man who professed to kick them out of this country, 40% of our labor force.
Did you know that? So you want to say that
the old style, I get so close to racist.
Yelling at why they feel the complete flip flop on their border laws is because they realize.
I didn't go to the bodies. There's like 2 bodies at that point. The bag isn't there because the bag is gone. And in the bag was my motorcycle and my I think the bird kills me right here. There, the bags disappeared already by then. Look, the bags disappeared like back then. Oh, wait, no. So 87, 7:30. It's 88. So it's been about a day. That's at least 2 hours, right? How long is the 7 days? Uh, Maybe he made longer days. Can we see what the session information is? No. Fuck. Day 88, day 87. It's yeah, maybe the bag's gone. Maybe he made it 90 minutes or something. We don't know. So we don't know. We're going to have to go look. But the information of where I dropped this bag, I have to go back. I don't know how I pegged exactly where it was. And then I died to a bird right here, right? I think. It's a shame because you can't see. I hate this. There. Oh, most of this game is just walking back. There. I was in the right area. Oh, good. It's going to be nighttime right as I leave. Hey, thanks, you fucking shitheads. There, I even have, like, readouts and stuff. That's cool. But, so this is going to be just north of this thing. The body that I need is... I was in the right place, actually. It's kind of funny. Wait, maybe not. I don't know. Where is this? Right by the snow. There. So the body that I'm seeking is here. If I go here, I might be able to recover the body. I won't be able to recover the helicopter. Maybe I can recover. I don't know. I doubt it. I think it's too long now. I died at 80. Oh, yeah, it's been 2 days, so I don't know. That's probably way too long. Oh, good. Is there a storm or something? Does something hurt me? Something spat at me, I think. Oh, bear. At least I've got this motorbike. I better go try and get the other motorbike back. Because I'm going to need both of them. And going 2 kilometers takes 2 hours. Seems right. My God, this was a long ride. Losing those repair kits. Oh my God. Want to know why people don't play your game? It's this. You're jank. You know what I think about sometimes? You know, as a taxi driver, I don't think I ever had a customer want to get out of my car. I don't think I ever got a bad review. I think my job was a lot simpler than being a software developer. But I just don't ever remember phoning it in or ever taking somebody home halfway or doing software code halfway or releasing things and going live when I wasn't ready or anything. I just don't remember being a crumb bum, you know? I don't remember doing that in my career, not for 17 years or whatever it was. I was always there. Sometimes I was late, but not very much, you know, like 5 minutes late kind of thing. Like, overall, I just don't remember passing the cost of doing my business as a taxi driver on to the consumer. And I know that I would have been thrown in jail if I'd done that. Or, like, I don't know. I don't know what the ramifications would be. But, like, if everybody acted the way the software developers act, we need a lot more laws than we've got now. I wasn't allowed to just halfway drive you home. Or halfway design the game. or force somebody to waste an hour of their lives driving in one direction like this. I just didn't do that. I didn't do that in my lifetime, in my career, or to other people, in a job where I take my life at risk and someone else's life at risk. And it's like, I just don't remember ever passing the cost of doing business onto the consumer like these pieces of shit do. And they're like moralists, morally bankrupt pieces of shit who think that it's okay to just keep the game like this. And I mean, you never should have launched in the first fucking place if this is what you think. Now look, that might be my body. Oh my God. There's no way. Is my body? There's no way. I recovered the body, guys. Never mind. It was still way too long. Got to get the other body because it's got his motorbike on it. I got it all back. I got it all back. There's no way. I didn't think it was going to be there. It was there. It was there. I can't believe I got it back. I can't believe I managed to do it. I tried so hard. I spent the last hour and 20 minutes just trying to get to this moment right here, and I can't believe I just did it. I can't believe it only took an hour and 20 minutes. I thought it was going to take like 8 to 16 hours to fix or something like that. But it was only an hour and 20 minutes of lost time because developers suck dick like the 7 Days to Die fun pimps bitches who want to waste my time because you can't get me back to a body or show me where the goddamn body is or anything like that because you pass the cost of business onto the consumer in this really foul, morally bankrupt way where I hope the lawyers do fucking sue you, and I hope they start with fun pimps. Because you're in America, bitch. I don't want American software developers treating fucking kids like you just treated me. And so I pray for an American software development company, Fun Pimps, to be fucking like looked into by the government, and the lawyer and maybe have some lawyers take a look at how much money they took from kids and how little of a product they actually, you know, return in kind. Because you can see how janky it is. It loses so much. You lose so much goddamn time over some jank or whatever. The hitboxes suck. You made this massive game, but I don't know why you went past green or even bother with desert or anything like that. You should have just made green good. You know, it's weird. Just make green good or whatever, you know, and then go to desert when green is completely solid. You don't have any issues with you can't find bodies or you can't find cars or trucks. Get off. No. Get off me. I have ammo. Why won't you use it? Fucking use it. Piece of shit ass developer. Use the goddamn ammo. Use it. Piece of shit ass developer. You know I didn't change the ammo type on this goddamn gun. You know I didn't. You know I didn't. The fuck are you talking about, piece of shit developer? See, the complaints are constant. Please. I don't want to die. Or I'll go through this whole mess again. I don't want to die. 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 Now we go back home. And I don't want to die again, so don't do this to me. Yeah, there we go. I made it. Passed toward night. Recovered all gear. I really thought I was being needlessly punished, but I wasn't. And I'm sorry I was so harsh with the developer. But it's because, and I would like to show you this, I'm not fucking kidding. I'm very aware of when I started this stream. Hold on, the developer's piece of shit fucking software barely works. Hold on. I spent 1 hour and 25 minutes recovering my goddamn body. That's unacceptable, piece of shit developer, and I want to abuse you about it more. I do. I just want to abuse you about it. I think you got serious issues with some of this jank and that you should have fixed 5 years ago, and I think it's in the chinks are showing in your armor. And, you know, and I actually need you to fix some of this stuff. Like, if I have a body on the fucking ground, gonna need you in this PvE game where that might comprise like 200 hours worth of loot or something like that. Gonna need you to show me where the goddamn body is. This joke debacle, the only reason I was able to get out of it was because I record my sessions. I shouldn't have to record my sessions as a gamer to prevent you from stealing my time, developer. And I don't think I'm being hyperbolic. I really mean what I say. Your jank, it has real verifiable cost. And it hurts us really goddamn bad. And it needs to be fixed. Doesn't matter what game it is. EVE Online, fucking Final Fantasy, you know, 11, 14, ESO, 76, World of Warcraft. You're all like this. Your fucking jank is goddamn unacceptable. Actually, I would say WoW isn't like that. WoW was fairly polished. It's one of the reasons why I get so mad at you guys is WoW went for 23 years without anything I would ever call almost like a bug that I can remember besides like the plague or whatever. I don't remember ever experiencing a bug in WoW. I remember getting my info stolen by the piece of shit toxic culture. But I don't remember, like, you know, I don't remember... oh, I'm out of gas? Yeah, I'm like out of gas. Damn it. I'm gonna go land on that road. I don't think the jank's. I don't think the jank is adorable. I really don't. Shouldn't take me 1 hour and 25 minutes to recover my goddamn body. Going back and consulting last night's video or whatever. You want to know why so many game streamers came up? Is because they had to start recording their fucking sessions just to get around your goddamn jank on stuff like this. It's fucking sad. And I want to lecture you about it for the rest of my life until you fucking fix it. I'm not going to stop yelling at you pieces of shit about this. I don't care if I ever get famous or anything like that. I'm not going to fucking stop yelling at you until you stop fucking stealing from kids with your jank-ass jank. You jank-ass skank. You jank-ass skank. I better land or I'm gonna die and plummet out of the sky and do this whole goddamn debacle again. I have to do this 20-minute flight like twice or whatever it is. Yeah, I have to do this like 20-minute flight twice. I'm going to dump everything I've got. And I'm going to go down to snow with just a motorbike. And I'm going to fucking try and like one gun and a motorbike, right? And I'm not going to put these vehicles at risk like I just did. I don't know. Maybe I better take the helicopter. It's just too fucking far. It's just too far. How I would design this is way up higher in the stratosphere, like where I'm at. Your speed should improve by a lot because the gravity is less up there. It's easier to hover, right? And like, you know, yeah, I would improve the speed. When I'm at this height, I would just, by rote, like force the helicopter to move faster because it becomes easier to move through the air, you know? So, and that's how I would fix the fact that this well, I don't know why it would take a helicopter goddamn 15 minutes to go 2 miles. You understand how stupid that is, developer? And this loss of time, I resent it. And it has costs, you know? Just saying. And that's about as positive as I can be about your jank after recovering my body, you know? I'm gonna let it go now and focus on other stuff. Sorry for the rage out. But I mean, I shouldn't have to pay an hour and 25 minutes for your jank. That's insane. And it wasn't just an hour. It was like I don't know, it was like 2 hours and 10 minutes or something like that. It was like 2 hours and 10 fucking minutes or something of me fighting Horde Night and me recovering, me doing this trip 4 times, trying to figure out where the body is, failing, going back, consulting some pinpoint on some video. Seems fucking crazy. Like, that's crazy that you don't respect me enough to treat me better than that. I paid full price for your fucking game. I pay full price for all your fucking games. This has a cost. It is damaging your company. It is damaging your fucking industry. You must stop treating us like this. One of the reasons that my fucking, like, my endless soliloquy, or whatever the fuck you want to call it here, goes on, is because I'm stuck here flying for 15 minutes to go 1.5 miles. And so there's a reason it sounds so repetitive and annoying. It's because you put me through a bunch of repetition and annoying bullshit for no reason. I'm way up in the stratosphere. Let me go faster than this. Oh my god, I have to land, or before I crash land. Land before I crash land. This is the trader that I died at. You have a gyrocopter like marked on the map for some reason, and I wonder about that. Is that a body or something? You have that marked. Why? Go to that. I think I died again, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I died like 3 or 4 times trying to get back to this goddamn body. Is there a corpse here? No, it doesn't appear so, no. It's our house. I made it. I'm safe. Ah, the developer harassment and bullshit. It's over. The bad men are gone now. Ah, I made it. Look at the beautiful forests I planted that has nothing to do with them besides, like, you know, them making it, you know? I built that. See the beautiful forest? It looks fucking dope. Ooh, I'm gonna turn up the sound because, like, I don't think I'm gonna have any toxic, fucking terrible sound torture for a while. Are you spawning zombies right now? Here's all of my repair kits. Oh, I have a broken leg. Painkillers. Honey. Hey, the day's better. I feel better now that I walked in the base. I'm like, I didn't lose all of my vehicles and all my guns and all my ammo. Thank God, because it's actually quite a lot. That was a lot of stuff. My drone. I lost the drone. The drone had gear. The drone isn't on the map, is he? Is it? Um... Water and food. Water and food. Red tea. Oh, he wanted me to hunt beakers. It's 9:50. Let's go see if that guy sells beakers. Wait, did I pull the dukes? Yeah, those dukes right now. So, bone, leather, cloth. Oh, okay. I don't like waking up and spending an hour and 20 minutes just to recover a corpse. Is that reasonable? Is it reasonable for me to be annoyed by that? I think it is. I guess I'm over, like, I'm just old and I'm bitchy, I guess, but I think it's really unreasonable to steal an hour and 25 minutes of my time to recover a corpse. I'm just saying. Oh, I have a notification. Wish to unlock gift subsavings. Wish granted. Yes, I believe I did do that. Oh. Okay, so
Ford does not understand what Stop Killing Games is.
The Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically we don't want single player games
No.
to have DRM that the developers
No.
can turn off and thus render the single player games inactive anymore. This is what they want to change. It would impact every live service game that exists instead of just targeting single player, always online games.
No, that's not what it is. Stop Killing Games includes single-player games, but nothing about it is specific to them. He completely made that up, and I have no idea where he got that impression.
And there are some people that'll say, well, just make it all single player.
Like
Well,
you?
If you're making it all single player, you'd have to carve off all of that, and it's developer time and money. These are two different ideologies, and that's okay to have two different ideologies. I just won't agree with it.
But those aren't the ideologies. Nothing in the initiative is asking to convert games to single-player.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single player games.
Yeah, so why does he keep bringing it up? Our problem is not with licenses failing to inform people. Blizzard says they can take away your purchase for no reason. That sounds pretty clear to me. Our problem is those terms are so hostile to consumers and the medium that they should be taken off the table entirely. This needs regulation.
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all,
he
then
sounds
no
so
one's going
angry to
run
me.
He was literally watching the video earlier where it says it won't do that in big letters. He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand what we're asking for.
If that passes, enjoy never playing an MMO again for the rest of your life and taking away from every other person that plays MMOs.
That's not going to happen to me,
The
Thor.
short version is companies would have to stop liking.
I have very much set up steps to make sure that doesn't happen to me, Thor. I don't let developers fucking bitch me, Thor. I don't let them do that. I let them do that if I care enough to go, you know, do stuff. But, there's another motorcycle here. Nice. I'm gonna get my stuff off of my helicopter. Where's my helicopter? Looking for these things go in my vehicle access. I don't want to take his mini bike. I'm going to put that back in vehicle stuff. Crafted materials. Vehicle stuff. I should definitely go sell like those. And that. And that. And that. And those. And that and that. Right. I don't know. He might actually need those. So we'll put them back. But there we are. And then, yep, even more stuff. Yep. Crappy batteries. We'll try and sell them. Alright, let's go see if he sells a beaker. I have a disease for some reason. I don't remember even fighting, but okay. Yes, there was a gun in that minivan. I shall scrap it. What happened to the gun that I just picked up? Yes, hunting rifle, scrap.
What can I help you with?
Do you have any jobs? No. What about inventory? I would like to sell you. Sell. No, buckshot we keep. And sell. $9,000. I wouldn't mind buying this robotic sledge. But that will take robotic sledge ammo. I was hoping there would be a beaker. Definitely buying all that glue. Buy that sewing kit. I like shopping from this vendor. It's quite fun, actually. There's a lot of stuff. $275 for that lead, huh? I don't know. We might need that lead. $1,600 for these mechanical parts, but I mean, Begon probably wants these. I mean, I don't know. Suddenly the game gets good as soon as the developer isn't like causing terrible shit to happen, like fucking chasing your corpse for an hour and 20 minutes. It's a great game. I love it, even with the crappy graphics and the fucking disrespect. You know, it's actually pretty good. It's, you know, it's a great game. Suddenly my tune changes because it's like, you know, you're not fucking me around with jank right now. Everything's working as it should, and so suddenly I'm like, oh, this is one of my favorite games again. You know. It's weird to be so Jekyll and Hyde about it, but I mean, that's how you design. Half the time I hate you, half the time I love you. It's fucking weird. I had a chainsaw. There's a steel pickaxe. I think I want to scrap that, though. Oops. Where is my chainsaw? I lost my chainsaw, I think. There's my claw hammer. Lost my chainsaw, which is sad. So I lost a drone and a chainsaw, which, you know, doesn't seem that bad to me. That's okay. You know, I think I would like to put a whole bunch of bandages on my drone. Oh, no, I don't have a drone. But that's what I want to use the drone for is, yeah, I want to buy a drone from the vendor maybe, but I don't know. Let's go shopping again. I just, or no, I don't know. I have other stuff to do. It's fine. There, I can sell those. I guess when I get a drone back, I wonder where my drone would have ended up. It was like the first time I died. Maybe I can figure that out too, I guess. Maybe I should go back to that video and figure out when the last time my drone was. No, this was the video before. So did I have a drone at this point? Yes, I had a drone at this point. I had a drone here. I had a drone here. I had a drone here. Wait, am I looking at the wrong video? I had a drone here. I think this is it. I think this is where I died and lost my drone, I think.
John L. Hubbard founded the religion of Scientology. He positioned it as a kind of spiritual technology. The mind is described as a biocomputer, and spiritual purification is achieved through a process called auditing, using a device known as an e-meter. The e-meter was presented as a merge with technological progress. In 1954, science fiction space Americans in Europe worldly disembodied beings. The reality is that good technology always feels magical. It performs tasks in ways that we as users don't often understand. It creates results that we didn't expect or couldn't replicate ourselves, and it seems to operate beyond our electronic
I think
products.
some people
Videos,
are
and
like
games
this
are
with
becoming
guns.
household staples, along with other gadgets and toys. The space race was heating up, and tech was suddenly creeping into people's everyday lives. This is when you started to see spiritualism and religion merging. The mind is technological drive is a that could detect spiritual distress. As the fledgling religion took hold, technology and the worship of it began to appear on television shows throughout pop culture. Futurism became a central theme in entertainment, alongside the rise of early computing in the 1960s and the 1970s. There were waves of films and television shows that positioned technology as both a savior and a potential deity. Shows like The Jetsons, which premiered in 1962, depicted a gleaming utopian future where robots served families, cities floated in the sky, and every inconvenience was solved by a gadget. Technology was not just helpful, but it was central to human happiness. There were also darker depictions reflecting.
Oh! No, wait, that's my helicopter. I thought that was the drone. No, the drone's not on the map.
People's unease about the broader tech creep and how fast technology seemed to be advancing.
Sooner or later, I'm going to consult my map.
Released in 1968, HAL 9000, a sentient AI, attempts to overthrow a space mission. The movie raised
There. Where was this? There. So, okay, pause right there. So, my drone is probably... So, there's like a road. Wait, that's trippy. Look. Yeah, that's about right. I'm going to go to it. Maybe I can recover the drone, too. I have a bunch of stuff. I guess I'm going to go sell real quick before I leave, but it looks like I can maybe recover my drone too, maybe.
Good afternoon. It's a good day to buy a set of wood. You're looking at the right hombre, partner. Come back soon. We restock often.
You don't have a beaker, huh?
I got vehicles so shiny they'll blind you in the noonday sun.
There, I want those.
Thank you very much.
In an hour, I will go exercise. I'm going to attempt to recover my drone here. My drone, where are you, drone? I should see this drone, but I don't. And this is where I supposedly died. I don't know. Maybe this isn't where I actually dropped the drone, but I guess it was worth checking. I think my chainsaw was on my drone. That's one way to do it. Oh. Well, let's go back to trying to figure out where...
Money for that.
Oh yeah, trying to figure out where this drone is, because it has loot on it for one thing.
Questions about machine consciousness, bleak vision of a future.
There, I had the drone back. I should have looked.
Technologically superior automated society. The 1970s also saw a surge in pop culture. It's a direct critique of both technological control and aid blessing. The machine's face appears on a screen.
Oh, it appears I died again.
Salvation through phrases like, quote, "You are a true believer. Blessings of the state, blessings of the masses." The movie presents this future where spirituality and worship has been mechanized. It's a direct critique of both technological control and the hollowing out of spiritual life in an increasingly automated society. The 1970s also saw a surge in pop culture featuring space aliens. These space technological control and the hollowing out of spiritual life in an increasingly automated society. The 1970s also saw a surge in pop culture featuring...
Okay. The next spot is that I need to check is here. But also, we don't know. We don't know if I totally lost the drone here or not.
Space aliens abandoned humanity using sophisticated AI steering because they believed that technology would grant physical realism didn't spread much outside of Europe.
No, I didn't have the drone anymore.
Apocalypse next level. Throughout the next frontier of the internet, techno travel, connect, and magical incantations. Techno-paganism was a clear precursor to today's AI mysticism. In 2002, Wired founding executive editor Kevin Kelly published
Oh, I got the drone.
in his famous piece of the latest seems like an almost one bit, one digital sin, particularly to achieve like resurrection. I've in cell phones became the physical still literature code. Really stayed out and people felt about was sarcastic, brutally new with bigness and maliciousness and surveillance engine apparently. The AI is godlike. Her voice is the reflection of a god.
Okay.
About the coming technological conceived jobs were venerated. Musk in particular became the embodiment of technification of their ambitions, goals, or godlike us to live our while we enjoy eternal intelligence from the spend from cargo.
See how much time this takes?
But I'm gonna do it because they make you. Tough. Bottom make a tight false. Curtis is quickly because we have these sewers. Generation of men were kind of coming of age and stuff. And there was hilarious stuff like there was this man on TikTok, I think it was, or maybe it was YouTube, who would go and he would citizens arrest. I only had to walk. Anything else you need here?
Things. Anything in the dungeon? Not
Land.
if there's. Well, yeah, you have to. No, you have to do the
Plane. Where is it landing? Ooh, east of us. I shall go impulsively go grab that. I want it off the agenda. And it won't take me long. Give me like 3. Take an error doing that, so.
And when I was doing all my car farming.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, ooh, he bought a bunch of respec elixirs and I used one. I was like, yay, I like having the feeling that
When I was doing all what?
I am.
You know, his grandpa's forgetting elixirs cost like 3,000.
Yeah, used one. I was like, I'm gonna call it like, who making a pimp bait. Like, is Nate Green? Like that game started.
My drone, it might be at the old base.
To provide you a base that is your bases. So I think these developers need to give us boats.
Oh, spoons. It should go.
Costs me long bonuses like that. Ever fat, whatever it is. think we can bash. So yeah, they call it.
Wait, I opened the map when I looked to see where that thing was. Yeah, I opened the map right there. Right there. There it is. Okay, so over... I think that... No. That. Okay, so we're going over there. And we'll go see Begon's new base and see if my drone's there, because I feel like my drone might have actually gotten glitched there in that house when he was building or something. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see if we see evidence of this drone past this point.
What boards? Oh, these things.
His drone is there.
Okay, yeah, I get you.
Yeah. 20 in my phone.
It's 5. 7 now. Better watch it, I'll do more. 8. 9. So what else do you know about eco-gardening and all this? What's the best things that you know? Share with the kids.
Land to a 7-layer food forest is the big thing to do.
7-layer food forest. I will Google it.
Yeah, you'll have to look at that. It's like a whole method of growing where you have different kinds of plants that occupy different areas of the ecosystem. And
yes, this is what my parents are into.
You form, like, literally your own breed control. And you supplement it too with chickens. Because chickens will help keep it weeded, they'll keep pests out, and their droppings, of course, will provide fertilizer.
Oh god, are you gonna kill me? Don't kill me. Oh.
Yeah.
And that's the icing on the cake, is you can also have chickens.
And eggs.
And develop off it.
Yeah. I've been thinking about bees and eggs lately. Because honey and eggs are... Okay, I'll look into it. Thank you, sir. That's incredibly valuable. Thank you for sharing.
Oh, wow.
Mixing all kinds of stuff. They have the fruit trees will be like the apex top of the fruit forest, and you'll have like the shrubs, and the bush and leaves, and have like regular vegetables and vegetables and all kinds of stuff. That's why it's 7 layers. Like I don't have that memorized in each layers, but that's the idea.
Yeah.
My drone here
I
somewhere.
think my parents have been chasing it, but they didn't. But I don't.
How I didn't delete all of the furniture and stuff.
I don't think they know what the name of it is, but my parents have been screwing with 7-layer for like 5 years now. I'll send you a picture of their garden, because I don't think they know what it's called, and they don't know what to research.
Yeah, I have an advantage that my mom and sisters have done a lot of work, and they've at least talked to me a little bit about their stuff. They don't do it themselves, but they like to go look at what people have actually done this for a living.
Yeah, I went looking for, I was like, what's the most efficacious thing that I could do ecologically to lower my footprint right now? And I asked that question on stream today. And my own concept of it was a self-filtering rain barrel. And then I chased that thread for about an hour, and I saw a really interesting video that I'll link to you here,
which is a DIY. You can watch this video in like, I don't know, 10.
For this project, I got the cheapest rain barrels I could find. It happened to be on Amazon. They were $79, and they hold 50.
Sorry. But this DIY
For this project, I got the cheapest rain barrel.
Maybe so.
For this
The drone I'm going to write off. There's nothing I can do. I can buy a new one and just move forward or whatever. It had all the nice mods on it. So this video blew my mind because I know the tech and I know what he's trying to do, but I've never seen somebody do it so quickly and so astutely. And it's just oh, yeah, sorry. There we go. Where did my drone end up? My drone
And the old lady
disappeared.
at the counter, she's like, "These things happen. Fill out this form. Have a nice day." And it was this like commentary about like how like something so crazy as a marriage can be pretty much like boiled down to a bureaucratic process or something. It's sort of crazy. I thought it was very funny. Like, these things happen, you know. Wait, what'd you say? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I just made a discovery. So when I drive my 4x4 off this like 100-foot drop,
Yeah.
if I bail out last
Yeah,
second,
yeah, yeah.
it resets fall damage.
Yeah. I've been doing that with my helicopter all day. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I do it with the helicopter too out of necessity. That's what like ticked on in my head is, wait, this probably works with a truck too.
And that right there, that's like a 20.
Sure.
This knowledge is like a 25,000 hit video. I should go make it. I'm the streamer, but see, I don't want to be known as the 7 days guy, you know? I transcend all boundaries. I already made a Rust video.
Like I'm just doing like a starter structure where I just have three 3x3 sections of bricks all
I like the neighborhood.
Even your windows
It's
make
like this-
sense. Yep.
Eighth foundation, and I want to make the base so much bigger because I want this to be a real space base. But it's been a lot of work now. Yeah, I've been working on this for like 40 minutes just placing blocks and hopping around, and I still don't quite even have the initial initial floor sections put in.
I got to snow and there was a storm.
If the sound system's not totally fucked in this game, then this should make it so zombies just can't hear us from the ground level.
I lost my chainsaw on my
Lived.
damn drone. Aw. Oh, I'm just gonna play the normal
Yes,
game now.
There's all kinds of weird theories you can run about how to do this. Like, I'm a big proponent of... Imagine a hallway just going from point A to point B in front of you, from point A at the north side to point B at the south. All along the left hallways, to the left and the right, you could have turrets. So as the zombies walk through, they're just subjected to this death wall of turrets. But you don't need a lot of space for that. And I could draw pictures if you need me to, but you easily could do like a... Yeah.
That could be a horde.
Like a rim. Well, no, but it could also be our front door. So no matter what, like, you know, we can just run past all those turrets because they don't shoot us, you know? Just a theory. I don't know if it's worth the time. Yeah, I'm sure there's videos and stuff. I don't know if it's worth the time to wire that much turret. I don't know.
I don't think it is. But we can learn the process. Okay, I want to chop all those trees, and I had to, like, I don't know, maybe there's a chainsaw in the tools chest now. I don't know. Because if there is, I will chop all these trees. Yo. Fuck you. Okay, so I want to look for a chainsaw in the tools box, but I doubt it's there. Tools. Tool mods. But I don't see melee or whatever, like tools. There's a fucking axe. I mean, that's not amazing, but tools. There's a chainsaw. Yay. Sweet, let's go get all this wood. And I'll vendor it for Dukes. And what I will do is I will upgrade his whole house. I'll turn the sound back down again since I'm doing a whole bunch of chainsawing. There we go. I'll run a video.
That to happen. Lots of money. But his number one criticism is that he thinks the initiative is vague.
Incredibly vague. Too vague. Very vague and vague. It's vague. It's vague. That is vague. Too vague. Vaguely vague. Incredibly vague. Vaguely worded.
Vague.
Vague. Vague.
Vague.
This goes on. So since he's expecting the thing he made up, but that's not what the initiative is asking for, he thinks it's vague. Because for him, it is.
It's clear that you hate the initiative, and I doubt I would change that. That is correct. I would encourage you to at least hate it for what it accurately is. I do.
He says that so confidently. Oh yeah, you knocked it out of the park. You understood everything.
The idea that we're going to go through this because it's an easy win, but not the right win? No, dude.
Oh, God. So we misunderstood the initiative and misunderstood our intentions. And in his words, this is why he refuses to have a dialogue with the movement. So now I have to address it.
They can eat my entire ass. The whole thing.
Sir, that is not gentlemanly behavior. Our biggest critic by far is YouTuber and streamer Pirate Software, who goes by Thor. If your only exposure to Stop Killing Games has been this video, then you've been misinformed. This video is
if you
by
ever
someone who
wondered
does not
what
understand-
corpos are like, they're like Pirate Software. They act like Pirate Software. They talk like Pirate Software. They'll state to you arrogantly that they've got a better opinion, and they'll state why. And if you want to know why we hate corpos, it's because they talk like this. They're like, here's a matter-of-fact reason about why you're wrong or whatever. And it's weird when life is kind of an argument, you know?
The campaign has been trying to stop it and has been making up what it is about. I am not saying that lightly. I will prove it in a minute. Now you might be thinking, okay, so some YouTuber got something wrong on the internet. So what? See, that was my thinking too. The problem is how incredibly influential this YouTuber has been. Best I can tell, Thor's coverage has been bigger than literally anyone else except Asmongold. And the only video Asmongold had on this bigger than Thor's was about Thor's video. So for all practical purposes, Thor here has been the #1 voice on the campaign, and he's been lying about what it is. That's a bit loaded though. In this case, I'm using the second definition of lie. I have no evidence it's the first. This video came out right as we were building momentum, then except for one boost in Germany, the signatures started drying up like clockwork. This put me in kind of a no-win scenario too. Because if I ignored it, then a lot of people are going to get misinformed about the campaign. But if I did a response video, which is not something I wanted to do anyway, then it might look like drama farming, which could understandably turn off a lot of people from the campaign, because it's not about that at all. So I quickly made this video trying to clear up all misconceptions and concerns about the initiative with timestamps for everyone's questions, hoping the truth would eventually come out. I can see now that was a mistake. I should have just embraced the drama. To this day, I'm still getting frequent comments and emails about the same falsehoods about the campaign that originated in this video. Well, now I have nothing to lose. If we don't get the signatures, then none of this matters anyway. So if this campaign is failing because of me not talking about this, then I'll at least correct history here on the way down. I'll get this over with and go over what I think are the biggest points of Pirate Software's videos. I'm not going to go over everything because collectively Thor has made hours of video on both me and the movement. I'd be here forever. Believe me, I could address smaller things too, and kind of already have. Alright, let's start. Okay, point number 1. Thor does not understand what Stop Killing Games is. Here it is in his words.
So for those who don't understand, the Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically, we don't want single-player games
No.
to have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore. This is what they want to change. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games that do not need a server to support them.
No.
And as much as they want it to be about specifically games,
He's playing
whereas a
Minecraft.
single-player game that has always on.
Why are you playing Minecraft? I mean, I don't know. I'm playing Minecraft. I should.
Instead
shouldn't
of
say
just
anything.
targeting single-player, always online games.
No, that's not what it is. Stop Killing Games includes single-player games, but nothing about it is specific to them. He completely made that up, and I have no idea where he got that impression. This is what I mean. It's harder for gamers to understand this because they come with so many assumptions. It's like that saying about doctors being the worst patients. So let's clear this up. It's the first line on the website. Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers. But the movement includes all this stuff from earlier, and he was mostly talking about the initiative. Well, the short version is the initiative is about requiring publishers to have end-of-life plans for games they've sold to customers in the future. So when they shut them down, customers can continue running them without their support. The long version depends on what kind of transaction is being made. As you can see, it's not easy to explain in a soundbite. But if you notice, we don't make a distinction between single-player and multiplayer games. That's because the law doesn't either. So why make this even harder? Both the movement and the law are making distinctions on how games are sold. Also, that part he said about it affecting all live service games, yes and no. It would affect most live service games in the future, but the initiative is not retroactive. So that's one thing Thor doesn't understand, but he also seems to think this is about converting multiplayer games to single player. Once again, he made that up, and I have no idea why he thought that.
Transitioning an entire multiplayer server-side game into a single-player video game, which means rebalancing the entire experience around single-player, rebuilding everything in the entire game. How are you going to do that with Final Fantasy XIV? You're just going to make all the raids soloable? Imagine the day that World of Warcraft shuts down, and suddenly you have to make it a single-player game for every individual that.
Why would you solo raids?
No,
because they would have
Isn't
to
our raids what you would do when your eye level reaches cap?
Experience. The idea that suddenly you need to make every single live service game playable single-player offline? No, dude.
Correct. No. This one is particularly baffling.
I don't
to me
like this
because
guy.
I've heard most counter arguments before, but until Thor, I've never heard this one. That we want the industry to convert all multiplayer games into single-player ones. I keep saying it. You never know where gamers are going to take this.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single-player games.
Oh, he's so close. He's so close to getting it.
It is vague, and because of that, it will impact me.
He never has that light bulb moment. Well, he is correct in that statement. It's almost as if that's not what the initiative is asking for. But those were his streams with a smaller audience. What does he say in his big YouTube video with over 1 million views that he had time to research?
If we're trying to kill...
Wait, the chainsaw killed him really fast.
Developers putting together a live service game, pitching it...
Wait, I didn't know the chainsaw was that good. Wait, what?
Now he's changed it again and is making up how it's about single-player games are advertised. What is he doing?
I mean, it
needs to be
doesn't do that much
specific about
damage.
The business practice it's trying to defeat, which is specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary and doesn't add any gameplay elements. That's the problem.
No, that's not it at all.
And there are some people that'll say, well, just make it all single-player.
Like
well,
you?
I've explained that doesn't make any sense in the first
Look, the
place.
game's so
You're making
fun
it all
when I'm not
single-player,
traveling
you have
5
to
miles
follow
because you
that.
killed me and I
It's
can't find my
development time and
corpse.
money. These are two different
When your jank
ideologies.
isn't involved, it's actually
That's
so
okay
good.
To have two different ideologies.
Look at that cool
I just
moon
want
on the
to leave it
horizon.
But those aren't the ideologies. Nothing in the initiative is asking to convert games to single player.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single player games.
Yeah, so why does he keep bringing it up? This is a total red herring.
If we don't like the idea of live service games as a whole, I get it. Don't play live service games then. Don't agree to those terms.
No, he's getting a new thing wrong now. We're not against them existing, we're against them being destroyed with no recourse for the customer. Just use logic. If we didn't like them in the first place, why would we care if they're being destroyed?
Oh, the drone
He says he
is a
gets
really
it, but
good
he
source
doesn't.
of inventory.
Let's talk about the actual bad business practices. In the case that a studio is making a live service game and they sell it to you as a product, they say that you are purchasing the game or you are buying the game, when in reality you're actually purchasing or buying a license to that game. I think that we should be fighting about that. The initiative is not trying to call that out specifically. It's trying to say that all games need to stay in a functional, playable state.
Yes!
Which is not calling out the language that is being used to manipulate the player. Call that out specifically.
Okay, I don't know if he's doing this intentionally. I'll be charitable and assume he's not. But this is some serious obfuscation. He's complaining that the initiative isn't focused on another topic he made up. I mean, what is that logic? Hey, the initiative doesn't address how Capcom changed the look of Dante in the Devil May Cry reboot either. That may as well be what he's saying there. I am not aware of a game on the planet with a license agreement.
Why did you
that
change
says you are not
Dante?
buying a license. Our problem is not with licenses failing to inform people. Blizzard says they can take away your purchase for no reason. That sounds pretty clear to me. Our problem is those terms are so hostile to consumers and the medium that they should be taken off the table entirely. This needs regulation. Forget video games. If you look at basic commerce for hundreds of years, when you paid money, you either got to keep what you paid for, or if it was a service, you were told when your access ends. The vast majority of online-only games do neither of those. The games industry is trying to upend basic commerce. I think you have to go back to feudalism before neither of those things are true. Why even have consumer laws if you have no rights?
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not run one at all, then no one's going to run them.
Oh no! He wheeled out that line about publishers having to support the game forever. He was literally watching the video earlier where it says it won't do that in big letters. That wasn't enough. We just can't stop gamers from going there, even when we spell it out. I admit, guys, this part hurts. To see the biggest voice on this issue get it wrong again and again and again, then put that same wrong information on blast to a far bigger audience than we can reach. It hurts.
He does it coldly
He
and
doesn't get
arrogantly
it.
like a
He
bastard
doesn't
too.
understand
Like
what
a
we're asking
corpo.
for.
Yep.
Now, to be fair, it sounded like he was getting a little closer in this video. Yeah, despite being called 2, it's at least the 4th video he did on this.
You want that to stay in a functional playable state, that means the devs have to release either server binaries or somehow carve off the game to be a single player experience now.
Oh, it's
That's
5
better,
a.m. Nice.
But he's still talking about converting the single player right to the end. He never completely got it.
I don't think he did. No.
So Pirate Software did not understand the initiative. Maybe still doesn't. That means the majority of his critique is about things it would not do, like kill all MMOs.
If that passes, enjoy never playing an MMO again for the rest of your life. And taking away from every other person that plays MMOs.
It really wouldn't. And I've explained why in that video, but the short version is companies would have to stop liking money for that to happen. Lots of money. But his number one criticism is that he thinks the initiative is vague.
incredibly vague, too vague, very vague, damn vague. It's vague. It's vague. That is vague. Too vague, vaguely vague, incredibly vague, vaguely worded, vague, vague, vague. This is vague.
This goes on. Well, from Thor's perspective, his logic is pretty sound for this part. But the thing about logic is it's only as good as your assumed truths. And he said multiple times now that he thinks the initiative is only about single-player games. So since he's expecting the thing he made up, but that's not what the initiative is asking for, he thinks it's vague. Because for him, it is.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single-player games. It is vague.
Yeah, in fact, if we look at that long definition again, let's add a subsection just for Thor. Single-player games with an online DRM check. Those would already fall under this broader category. So Thor is expecting this. Again, I don't know why, but instead he's seeing an initiative that covers all of this. That's why he calls it vague 50 times. The thought that we want what we're asking for and not the thing he made up seems to have never entered his head. The initiative is trying to stop the destruction of games. That's the whole point. It covers the types of games most in need of saving. If we only covered this tiny subsection, that would save maybe 1% or less of games that get destroyed. This would do almost nothing. I'm not saying there isn't one, but I literally can't think of a game that meets this criteria. Every game I know of with single-player content that's been destroyed has been designed to run server-side, not locally. Older ones like that tend to have the DRM cracked, which is not an ideal solution, but that does stop game destruction. And newer ones with Denuvo or something tend to have it removed by end of life. So I say less than 1%, but this might save 0% of games. I'm not sure. The initiative is actually not that vague. Though to be fair, some people did get hung up on this part. A reasonably playable or functional state. True, that is not 100% specific. There are reasons for that. You know how in law, police can stop a suspect with reasonable suspicion? Or a jury finds someone guilty beyond all reasonable doubt? That's because the number of situations you face are so varied that the law has to inject some common sense somewhere. It's the same with games. A multi-million-dollar MMO is a different animal from a budget arena shooter. It won't work making highly specific
Oh, look, it's
laws.
a better driver.
That's one half of it. The other half of it is this sentence is an olive branch to publishers. I've heard complaints this isn't specific enough. Okay, but you know what the alternative to this would be? Here, I'll show you. The game must be fully functional and contain 100% of all features as advertised. So as a publisher, which requirement would you rather meet? More importantly, this sentence shows the EU Commission that we're acting in good faith and trying to find a balance. I think some of the people asking for this to be more specific may not realize what they're asking for. I know some won't believe this, but a hell of a lot of thought went into the wording of the initiative. I think it's almost perfect. See, the initiative isn't even a proposed bill, it's a negotiation. Our side says we want games to be functional when publishers end support, so they need end-of-life plans. The industry's position is going to be against whatever we write and claim they need no regulation whatsoever. Then the EU Commission gets to decide who is more in the right here. The Citizens Initiative is the opening offer in these negotiations. Trust me, the industry worth hundreds of billions of dollars will make its position known to the EU. We don't have to make their case for them. So for this negotiation, simple is good. That's why we're straight and to the point for what we want. Then the industry will argue against that. Then the EU Commission might look for compromises. You don't start a negotiation with a bunch of compromises because then it will get so watered down you won't save anything. Oh, and that long definition list are actually logical extensions of the simpler language used in the initiative. It's actually kind of slick. Plus, there's a character limit on these things. The EU Commission doesn't want you trying to cover 50 edge cases at this phase. Alright, so Pirate Software did not understand the initiative. But point two, he also did not make it easy for the truth to get out. I had never heard of him prior to all this, but during the campaign, I had dozens of people contacting me, telling me how wise and reasonable he is, how he's really pro-consumer and represents developers. I should really talk to him. Great, let's do it. So this was my first encounter of him.
Oh shit, no, this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. Now, eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I drop the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that. They can eat my entire ass. The whole thing. That sounds stupid as shit.
Oh, yeah. I can see why people like him. It's like listening to Mr. Rogers. As you can imagine, we've been less than thrilled that Thor here has become the dominant voice of the campaign, especially when he doesn't understand it. Though I did find the used car salesman part amusing, since if people could read my mind, they would understand how much I dread anything resembling sales or marketing, or just trying to push things on people who aren't interested in them. I'm not exaggerating when I said I've hated having to run this campaign.
This is the most uneducated take I have ever seen in games.
Now, as for that one, I do have a bachelor's in criminal justice, which might explain why I'm coming at this from very different angles than he is. You know, focusing on people having rights and checking what consumer law actually says, rather than what's most convenient for publishers. Though I think I know where that comment is coming from because I've gotten it before. Here's what I think is happening. Online-only games have a client and a server, but a lot also have middleware that developers don't have permission to distribute to customers, or depend on microservices they have no control over, and the server software isn't even designed to run on a customer system. You can't just cut out the middleware and remove the microservices because they're integrated too deeply. That would still leave the game bricked and could take months to fix and be a lot of work. So I think some devs think we're saying all they need to do is just release the server binaries at end of life and yay, everything is solved. And that's why they think we're ignorant. Well, for some games that could work, but not ones like these. Plus, that's not what we're saying. First off, we're not even mandating the methodology because again, doing that could run afoul of copyright law. Second, this whole diagram is looking at a game that exists right now and was never designed to have an end-of-life plan. Those might not be salvageable. So what we're saying is let's take a game in the future. No code has been written yet. It's still just a design document. Okay, so we have the client portion as usual. Then we have the server logic. Now we'll bring in our usual middleware and microservice vendors. Nope, stop. Now the EU says we can't just brick customer purchases like we've been doing if we want to sell our games there. So that means we can't keep making all these same deals the way we have been. Now we need to renegotiate with the vendors to allow for an end-of-life build with their software, or redesign things to make the microservices easier to sever at end of life. And vendors probably will renegotiate. Otherwise, they'll start losing sales to everyone who wants to sell games in the EU. But say a vendor refuses anyway. Then we need to go with vendor B, who will offer EU-compliant solutions because they will be happy to take money away from their competitor, vendor A. Or maybe we need to abandon one of the microservices altogether and come up with an in-house alternative that is compatible with an end-of-life plan. And if the server can't run on consumer hardware, well, maybe now we code it in a way that's more versatile and can be compiled to run a stripped-down version with less features for the customer machine at end of life. Or hey, if that's not doable, then we scrap that, but still give customers some form of server software at end of life, because now we've planned for this, and inform them it requires specialized hardware, and they're on their own for getting it working. And these are all just suggestions. The publisher would get to decide how they want to comply. Thor is not alone in developers trashing what I just said. I don't know why, but some of the nastiest insults I've received on the entire campaign have been when I try to explain this is what we're asking for. This part in particular triggers some people to no end.
That video made me actually mad. Like real mad. Not like fake memes mad, like actually mad. Like I'm actually mad.
Upsetting people is not our goal, by the way. We actually want this transition to be as easy as possible for publishers and developers. However, we are stubbornly against proposals that won't stop commercial games being destroyed, because that's the whole point. Anyway, you heard Thor's comments for me. In light of that, I think I've been pretty diplomatic. I am just trying to get this initiative passed. If that means I have to get insulted all along the way, okay. So with that in mind, I reached out to him, not expecting to change his mind, but to at least clarify things since he got so much wrong. If you're gonna hate us, at least hate us for what we're actually doing, not for things that are made up about us.
I got a message from Ross. There were many other misunderstandings in your video. It's clear that you hate the initiative, and I doubt I would change that. That is correct. I would encourage you to at least hate it for what it actually is. I do.
He says that so confidently. Oh yeah, you knocked it out of the park. You understood everything.
In other words, the customer is told explicitly that their access ends at the time of payment. Most live service games do not do this, which could run afoul of EU law. Most is patently incorrect.
Patently incorrect? Okay, for those who don't know much about live service games, that's like saying the Earth isn't round. He says verifiably false things so confidently. If his viewers don't know any better, how can I blame anyone for believing what he says about the initiative when he talks like that? It's incredible. And he does not wish to discuss this with me or anyone else in the initiative. Why not?
Would you consider reaching out and talking to Ross about it? No. And the reason why is because I found his entire statement over the YouTube incredibly disingenuous.
Yes, this issue which has bothered me since I was a teenager and I've spent 10 years on trying to push back against is me being disingenuous. Where is this coming from? Well, it comes from a slide I had in my promotional video, the half-joke slide. He hated this, and I think he may have a rather privileged view of politics.
You want to put together legislation because it's the right thing to do.
We did!
Not because you can convince legal representatives to do it no matter what.
It's both. These are not mutually exclusive things.
The idea that we're going to go through this because it's an easy win, but not the right win? No, dude.
Oh, God. So we misunderstood the initiative and misunderstood our intentions. And in his words, this is why he refuses to have a dialogue with the movement. So now I have to address it. Let's keep it basic. He calls me disingenuous, implying I don't believe what I'm pushing for, that this is some sort of con. That's uncharitable to the point of being silly. Besides video evidence going back 10 years, this is not a hard concept to grasp. I hate seeing creative works needlessly destroyed when people are trying to save them, and video games are where I see that happen the most. Of course I believe in what I'm advocating for. Maybe start from there. I'm a little surprised that didn't sink in.
The idea of getting it to pass with an easy
You
win
sound so much like
because it's
Napoleon
the problem.
Dynamite that it annoys the hell out of me.
Absolute problem.
That's not how politics works. Do you think things pass because they're good ideas? Tell that to people who still have lead in their water.
I don't want this guy on my stream anymore. I'm terribly sorry. I think he's got a point, and I think he is right. But he's so annoying I don't want him on my screen anymore. And that's fair because it's my channel, not his. Trump bombed Iran and didn't tell Congress.
Welcome, Zoomers, to your generation's Middle Eastern quagmire.
Oh
America just
my
bombed Iran.
God.
Mr. Vice President, is the United States now at war with Iran?
No, Kristen, we're not at war with Iran. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program.
President Trump announced that U.S. warplanes obliterated Iran's nuclear sites. Are those sites really obliterated? We'll have to wait and see. What we do know is this. The president did not ask Congress for permission. He didn't even bother to consult with them. The White House said Trump acted under the legal authority afforded to him as commander-in-chief. But the Constitution also clearly gives Congress the power to declare war and control military funding. That leaves us with a big question. Under United States domestic law, can the president legally launch strikes like these without Congress? And what does it mean for the future of U.S. military engagement abroad? On June 22nd, 2025, the U.S. carried out Operation Midnight Hammer, launching precise airstrikes on 3 fortified Iranian nuclear facilities using B-2 stealth bombers with bunker buster bombs and Tomahawk missiles. The strikes were closely coordinated with Israel as part of a joint effort to neutralize Iran's nuclear capabilities. Israel took active steps to clear Iran's air defenses so that U.S. aircraft could fly safely and strike the sites. Israeli leaders, including Prime Minister Netanyahu, publicly endorsed the action and praised the joint operation, framing it as a defense against a shared threat. Trump officials emphasized that the attack aimed to pressure Iran back to diplomacy and to restore peace in the region. Don't worry, guys. According to Vice President Corporal Vance, we are not at war with Iran.
Big question, is the United States now at war with Iran? No, we're not at war with Iran, John. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program.
And plus, it's definitely not going to lead to anything more.
I certainly empathize with Americans who are exhausted after 25 years of foreign entanglements in the Middle East. I understand the concern, but the difference is that back then we had dumb presidents, and now we have a president who actually knows how to accomplish America's national security objectives.
The U.S. strike on Iran was not a casual, let's drop a few cruise missiles on the bad guys kind of mission. It was a highly complex joint operation with substantial commitment of military resources and personnel. It involved 125 aircraft, an Ohio-class nuclear submarine, and nearly the entire fleet of America's most important strategic bombers, all sent into harm's way. Critically, according to open source intelligence, the United States is the only country that actually has non-nuclear weaponry capable of blowing up Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities deep underground. Israel knows this, presumably, and thus has every incentive to persuade Trump to join the war. So early Friday morning, 14 of America's fleet of 20 B-2 stealth bombers left Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri and entered Iranian airspace undetected about 18 hours later. It was the second longest combat flight in the history of the airframe. And what they brought with them was the 30,000-pound GBU-57 Massive Ordnance Penetrator, or MOP, or the bomb she told you not to worry about. According to the manufacturer Boeing, the MOP penetrates up to 200 feet of reinforced concrete and about 130 feet of hard rock. No other non-nuclear munition in the world, at least that we know of, can penetrate this deep. Again, she told you you don't need to worry about it. But there are two big reasons why the Air Force has never dropped one in anger until last weekend, even though we've had them since 2015. First, while the exact expense figures are not publicly available, defense analysts confidently place the cost of R&D for the MOP bomb at around $400 million taxpayer dollars, and on top of that, anywhere from 3.5 to 20 million TDPB. That's tax dollars per boom. The exact quantity in our stockpile is not public information, but analysts place it around less than 200. So it's not the kind of thing you want to use every time a Taliban fighter hides in a cave. But enormous costs aside, this is a strategic weapon. You only get to move that chess piece once before everyone knows if it really does what it says on the tin, and how deep they need to build their future bunkers. Now, information about the aftermath of the bombing is still coming in, but according to at least one senior U.S. official, as reported by the New York Times, the facility at the Fordo site was badly damaged, but not destroyed. This changes the state of geopolitical play for better or for worse. If the mission did not achieve strategic success to Trump or Israel's satisfaction, he may be inclined to escalate further military action or engage in escalating tit for tat in response to Iran's counterstrikes. This is how executive military action can quickly lead to all-out war in everything but name and declaration from Congress.
Now, sorry to interrupt, but if you bomb a foreign country, you're going to want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've got in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you've got a data breach letter saying your information might have been leaked, or dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue,
country.
we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team.
So is the United States at war with Iran right now? Legally speaking, no. The United States is not at war with Iran. But the full answer is more complicated, and it depends on how you define.
I'm gonna have a bowl of cereal. I'll be right back. Whoa. No, get off my remote. No, stop. You always want to edit my quick access because your buttons are weird.
Figures are not publicly available, defense analysts confidently place the cost of R&D for the MOP bomb at around $400 million taxpayer dollars, and on top of that, anywhere from 3.5 to 20 million TDPB. That's tax dollars per boom. The exact quantity in our stockpile is not public information, but analysts place it around less than 200. So it's not the kind of thing you want to use every time a Taliban fighter hides in a cave. But enormous costs aside, this is a strategic weapon. You only get to move that chess piece once before everyone knows if it really does what it says on the tin, and how deep they need to build their future bunkers. Now, information about the aftermath of the bombing is still coming in, but according to at least...
Oh, damn it, you moved me back.
call forth the militia, and regulate commerce with foreign nations, which includes war-related sanctions and trade embargoes. The bottom line is that the Constitution gives Congress the authority to decide whether to go to war, which includes declaring it, funding it, and initiating military actions. Several founding fathers believed this power was exclusive to Congress. Generally, war is declared both by a formal declaration and through actions that create a state of war. The Supreme Court analyzed what constitutes a war in an 1800 case called Bass v. Tingey. The issue was whether the United States was at war with France during the Quasi-War, an undeclared naval conflict between 1798 and 1800. The case involved a dispute over salvage rights for a recaptured American ship that had been seized by the French. Under federal law, the amount of salvage required the U.S. to be at war with France. The legal question was whether the United States could be at war without a formal declaration from Congress. The Supreme Court unanimously held that the U.S. was indeed at war with France, despite the absence of a formal declaration. The justices introduced a distinction between a perfect war, which is one formally declared and involving total hostilities, and an imperfect war, a conflict authorized by statute but limited in scope or method. Justice Washington explained that any contention by force between two nations in external matters under the authority of their respective governments is a public war. The war with France, while not declared, was authorized by Congress through laws permitting the use of naval force and thus constituted an imperfect but real war. When two navies are attacking each other in the Atlantic Ocean, it's fairly obvious that it's a war in the traditional sense. But what about when the president orders a drone strike in Pakistan as part of the global war on terror? Or when he orders the Air Force to use a bunker buster bomb in Iran to help an ally? Does the president need congressional approval for those limited military actions? There are two sources of authority for the use of force abroad: the Constitution and congressional authorizations for the use of military force, which are called AUMFs. However, the executive branch, under both Democratic and Republican presidents, maintains that the president has broad powers to initiate use of force without congressional approval. The president's power to direct military forces comes from Article 2, which makes the president the commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy and vests in him the executive power. The Constitution also gives the president power over foreign relations. In another Supreme Court case about the Quasi-War, Chief Justice Marshall suggested that the president's high duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, as well as his power as commander-in-chief, implies some authority to deploy U.S. military force. However, in that case, the court ultimately held that the president cannot authorize military actions that exceed the limits set by Congress. In 1973, Congress imposed legal limits on the president's ability to conduct military operations without its explicit consent. The War Powers Resolution was passed in response to the Vietnam War. It states, "The constitutional powers of the President as Commander-in-Chief to introduce United States armed forces into hostilities or into situations where imminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances are exercised only pursuant to 1. A declaration of war, 2. Specific statutory authorization, or 3. A national emergency created by attack upon the United States, its territories or possessions, or its armed forces." The War Powers Resolution also requires the president to notify Congress within 48 hours whenever military actions are taken under conditions that could risk involving the United States in hostilities without prior congressional authorization. Here's how the War Powers Resolution works in a real scenario. In October 2002, Congress passed the Authorization for the Use of Military Force Against Iraq Resolution of 2002. The AUMF was passed to justify the 2003 invasion of Iraq and the removal of Saddam Hussein. It authorized President George W. Bush to defend U.S. national security against the threat allegedly posed by Iraq, which again allegedly had weapons of mass destruction. The AUMF also gave Bush authority to enforce relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions regarding those weapons. The 2002 AUMF satisfied the War Powers Resolution's requirement that military force be either declared by Congress or authorized by statute. President Bush also notified Congress within the required 48-hour window when hostilities began in March 2003. By 2011, U.S. combat operations in Iraq had largely ended and the Hussein regime was long gone. However, the 2002 AUMF did not place any limits on the duration or geographic scope of the conflict. The 2001 AUMF, authorizing the president to use military force against those responsible for 9/11, also lacked a sunset clause, meaning there was no expiration date on its use. As a result, future presidents used those AUMFs to justify airstrikes around the world. For example, in 2014, the Obama administration launched airstrikes against ISIS in Iraq and Syria, relying on both authorizations of force. The Obama administration argued that ISIS, which evolved from Al-Qaeda in Iraq in some respects, qualified as an associated force under the 2001 AUMF, and that operations in Iraq could still be supported under the 2002 AUMF's broad language. Does the president have independent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to initiate military action without Congress's approval? President Obama thought so. He asserted that his powers as commander-in-chief gave him a constitutional right to initiate those military operations without congressional approval. He was far from alone in asserting such sweeping authority. American presidents have initiated military force without congressional authorization well over 100 times, and that count was from the middle of the 20th century. Over the years, the Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel, or OLC, has issued a series of opinions asserting that the president may lawfully use military force abroad when two conditions are met. First, the action serves an important national interest, and second, it does not rise to the level of war in the constitutional sense. While OLC opinions do not carry the force of law, they have played a critical role in shaping presidential war powers, particularly since there are not many court cases directly interpreting the president's authority in this area. For the first prong, whether an important national interest is at stake, OLC built its standard from earlier Justice Department opinions. It starts with a 1941 memo from Attorney General Robert Jackson, which said the Commander-in-Chief Clause gave the President the authority to order U.S. Army Air Corps members to train British pilots during World War II. Jackson, who would later become a Supreme Court Justice, said training British pilots would help protect American lives and property. He also said, quote, "The President's authority has long been recognized as extending to the dispatch of armed forces outside the United States, either on missions of goodwill or rescue, or for the purpose of protecting American lives or property or American interests." Building on that idea, during the Korean War, the State Department argued that defending the integrity of the United Nations counted as a vital national interest that allowed President Truman to bypass Congress. The State Department also called it an international police action, which, read the words, it's not a war, just a conflict. So take that, Congress. Over 36,000 American casualties later, it was one heck of a non-war. In the post-Vietnam era, Congress sought to rein in presidential war powers, which led to the passage of the War Powers Resolution. But presidents didn't always agree. They pointed to that British pilot case and the Korean conflict as precedents to justify broad executive authority to act without Congress. For example, when President Clinton deployed troops to Somalia, the Office of Legal Counsel said it was necessary to protect Americans overseas and to enforce UN resolutions. Later, in 2011, when President Obama ordered airstrikes in Libya, the Justice Department identified three national interests at stake: promoting regional stability, preventing a humanitarian disaster, and deterring the use of chemical weapons. President Trump said his airstrikes on Iran were meant to stop them from getting nuclear weapons. Given how presidents have acted before, preventing a hostile country from getting nukes can be seen as a national interest. But the term national interest is pretty flexible. Critics say this test doesn't really keep the president's power in check. The second prong of the test is whether the use of force constitutes war in the constitutional sense. OLC opinions build on the rationale of Bass v. Tingey to conclude that a limited engagement is distinct from a conflict where one whole nation is at war with another whole nation. For example, in a 2018 opinion about Trump's airstrikes against Syria, OLC asserted that, quote, military operations will likely rise to the level of war only when characterized by prolonged and substantial military engagements, typically involving exposure of U.S. military personnel to significant risk over a substantial period. OLC didn't make up this interpretation of the law just for Donald Trump. As Brian Egan and Tess Bridgman pointed out in an article for Just Security, prior OLC opinions reached a similar conclusion with respect to U.S. military strikes in Libya in 2011 and U.S. military activities in Haiti in the 1990s, among others. In a 1995 opinion, OLC concluded that the president had authority under Article 2 to deploy U.S. ground troops to Bosnia to support NATO's peacekeeping efforts. Building on its earlier Somalia opinion and referencing Attorney General Jackson's 1941 memo, OLC argued that the deployment advanced important national interests, including preserving regional peace, preventing a broader conflict, and upholding NATO's credibility. In a 1994 memo about deploying U.S. forces to Haiti, OLC concluded that deployment of troops did not mean there was a real war, because, quote, the planned deployment was to take place with the full consent of the legitimate government and did not involve the risk of major or prolonged hostilities or serious casualties to either the United States or Haiti. Fast forward to 2011, when President Obama ordered airstrikes in Libya to enforce a United Nations Security Council resolution. Citing prior opinions, OLC found that the president had enough authority to act, pointing to two key national interests: preserving regional stability and supporting the credibility of the UN Security Council. Are you sensing a theme here? The Office of Legal Counsel, an executive branch office, almost always supports the president's actions. When they write these memos, they look for precedent that affirms the president's judgment that using force serves national interests. Presidents can't declare war, so anything a president does without Congress can't be a war, right? To the less cynical eye, perhaps it just means that presidents don't want to act without OLC's imprimatur. Maybe some of both. Traditionally, American presidents have relied on experts at the State Department, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, and other agencies to craft foreign policy and assess the risk of military actions. But the Trump administration operates in a more, let's say, ad hoc, freewheeling manner. Here's an example.
Are you saying there that the United States did not see intelligence that the Supreme Leader had ordered weaponization?
That's irrelevant. I think that question being asked in the media, that's an irrelevant question.
That is the key point in U.S. intelligence assessments. You know that.
No, it's not.
Yes, it was.
No, it's not.
The political decision.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
And you know that, and I know that that's not the case.
But I'm asking you whether the order was given.
And the people who say that, it doesn't matter if the order was given. They have everything they need to build nuclear weapons.
So what do we make of Trump's airstrikes in light of these OLC opinions? Do they fit within the idea of a limited military engagement? Well, it depends on your perspective. Trump sent a report to Congress on June 23rd in an explicit effort to be in compliance with the War Powers Resolution. In it, he echoes the magic words from OLC. The strike was taken to advance vital United States national interests. The strike was limited in scope and purpose. And I acted pursuant to my constitutional authority as commander-in-chief. So the Trump administration certainly thinks the Iran strikes fall within a constitutionally authorized, limited military engagement that won't lead to a prolonged war, the kind of war that requires congressional authorization. The Trump administration could point to the Libya example, saying these strikes actually help preserve regional stability. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt denied the strikes risked a wider conflict, suggesting instead that the president is strengthening security in the Middle East.
And nobody knows what it means to accomplish peace through strength better than President Trump. He is the one who came up with that motto and that foreign policy doctrine, and he successfully implemented it in his first term.
Vice President Vance echoed Leavitt, stating the administration's belief that peace can be achieved through force.
Well, first of all, John, I think the president has been very clear that we are not interested in protracted conflicts in the Middle East, but there's a question about how do you achieve peace, and we believe the way that you achieve peace is through strength.
On the other hand, unlike the situation in Haiti, Iran did not invite the U.S. or Israel to conduct military operations on its soil. Iran has a large, well-equipped military, as well as numerous well-funded auxiliaries throughout the region, which raises the risk of serious casualties for all three countries involved and others. Plus, America's strikes happened in the middle of Israel's ongoing war with Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran, an already destabilized region, making it possible that hostilities could spread even further. It's important to remember that we're discussing the second prong of the test, and even under OLC's deferential interpretation of executive power, Congress must be involved if the president's actions amount to a war in the constitutional sense. Whether it crosses the threshold to traditional war or real war or war depends on the length of the engagement, level of hostilities between the countries, and the risk to military and civilian lives. That brings us back to the purpose of the airstrikes. Secretary Rubio, Vice President Vance, and Secretary Hegseth said that the goal was to damage Iran's nuclear capabilities. They said the strikes were not about regime change. President Trump immediately contradicted them, saying, quote, "It's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why shouldn't there be a regime change? MEGA. A regime change war, which is waged to remove the government of a foreign country, is basically war in the constitutional sense. Even OLC agrees with that. In theory, it's possible that this could be the last time Israel asked the U.S. to use its force against Hamas and Iran. Maybe Iran won't retaliate. Sorry, I'm just getting this. Yes, they've already retaliated. Iran apparently launched a few missiles towards the U.S. base in Qatar, apparently after giving notice of their intent. No one can say for sure how things are going to develop over the next days, weeks, months. We don't know if the Trump administration will conduct sustained operations in Iran, the full extent to which Iran might retaliate, and how the rest of the world, including the United Nations Security Council, will react if the airstrikes provoke additional hostilities. Far from the situation in Bas v. Tingy, it's hard to foresee circumstances under which the U.S. Supreme Court would rule on the legality of Trump's strikes on Iran. That leaves Congress. Will it uphold its constitutional prerogatives? Take it away, Speaker of the House and marital aid enthusiast Mike Johnson.
Many respected constitutional experts
marital aid enthusiast
argue that the War Powers Act is itself unconstitutional. I'm persuaded by that argument. They think it's a violation of the Article 2 powers of the Commander-in-Chief. I think that's right.
Sorry, Gen Z. It's your fight now.
Thanks, Gal. Well, it looks like there's nothing to worry about because President Donald Trump has declared, seemingly unilaterally, a ceasefire, stating, "Congratulations to everyone. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire in approximately 6 hours from now when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended." That ceasefire was immediately violated.
This morning, a ceasefire agreed by the US, Iran, and Israel just hours ago is shaking. Israel accusing Iran of violating the deal after saying it intercepted Iranian missiles.
Yes, congratulations, everyone. And all this despite begging the Israelis not to conduct the bombing, saying, "Israel, do not drop those bombs. If you do, it is a major violation. Bring your pilots home now." And then suggesting they do a friendly plane wave, the Israelis continued their bombings. Yes, President Trump actually said, "Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home while doing a friendly plane wave to Iran. No one will be hurt. The ceasefire is in effect." And then, of course, Iran retaliated, causing Trump to literally curse in anger.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Yes,
I can't believe
those people that don't know what they're doing. My golly, who could have foreseen that peace in the Middle East was such a tough nut to crack? So it remains to be seen what military action will come next, especially given the reports are coming in that the bunker buster bombs were...
That's the first time I've ever even heard of or conceived of a president saying the word fuck on microphone. I'm sure it's happened by accident. I've never heard a president just haul off and fire off the F-bomb, and I'm not that much for tradition and decorum. But I mean, if there was a position in the land that had a little bit more decorum than that, it would be president. Just saying.
Not effective, and the bombing raid only set Iran back a few months. Now, it's particularly interesting to see how the media has covered the bombing and Trump's attitude towards regime change. Over 300 sources covered it, with 28% of the reporting coming from the left, 26% from the right, and 46% from the center. But when you examine the headlines, you see some very different frames emerge. Left-leaning outlets frame Trump's changing positions on Iran as products of his own musing and dreams. On the right, we see headlines that present the same statements as a bold, moral call to action. And from the center, sources typically use neutral language, which is often his own form of bias. But the headlines you read first have immense power to shape how you understand the news. And that's why I like to see the news from as many angles as I can with the help of today's sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven, objective way to read the news. And right now they're offering Legal Eaglets 40% off their unlimited access Vantage subscription. You can scan the QR code or use the link in the description to get a discount for a limited time. Because Ground News gathers related articles from around the world and across the political spectrum, so you can see the bias and compare coverage. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the source's reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. One of my favorite parts is their bias comparison feature, which highlights specific differences in reporting across the political spectrum. This can be especially helpful when reading stories from sources you've never heard of, or where there's no telling who owns it or what agenda they might have. I also love their blind spot feature, which shows you stories that are underreported by either side of the political spectrum, like this recent story of Border Patrol claiming that the risk of terrorist sleeper cells in the country had never been higher. And regardless of if that's even accurate or perhaps a preview of more civil liberty violations to come, you might have missed the story if you only get your news from one side. This type of analysis helps explain why we often talk past each other and why some people seem hyper-focused on what to others seems like nonsense or fake news. But all this is why Ground News is my favorite way to get the news, and as a Legal Eaglet, you can save 40% off the Ground News Vantage subscription by scanning the code on screen or clicking on the link down below. This subscription gives you unlimited access to every feature, including the Bias Insight tool and Blind Spot feed. And by subscribing, you'll support an independent news platform working to make the media landscape more transparent. So click on the link below or scan the code today. And after that, click on this link over here for more Legal Eagle, or I'll see you in court.
Oh no.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down, because today we're going to talk about Goodwill pickers. Yes, chances are you've been to a Goodwill thrift store at some point in your life, or you've at least heard of it. People donate their unwanted stuff, and customers can browse around and potentially buy something decent for relatively cheap, all right? Relatively. Goodwill Industries is a non-profit organization founded in 1902 by a man named Edgar J. Helms. After collecting goods and clothing from wealthy areas in Boston, he hired less fortunate people to repair and resell them, all right? You take fancy rich people's stuff and you have the poor people come in and they'll fix it up, and then you sell it to the poor people for a profit. There you go. This is what started Goodwill, which is not only a thrift store, but a network of over 150 autonomous organizations worldwide that aim to provide jobs and rehabilitation to less fortunate people and those with disabilities. Sounds like a pretty good deal, right, Nick? You're helping the poor, you're helping the disabled.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? While this company came from humble beginnings, it was evolved into something much more chaotic and dangerous. So today, we're going to look into Goodwill's shady business practices, as well as the never-ending war zone created by the obsessive Goodwill shoppers. And let me tell you, there are some obsessive shoppers out there, all right? Goodwill, despite seeming endlessly charitable, is not without its controversies. Like with everything, you're going to have a little something shady, but it goes off and it says, you know what, we're a charity, we're a non-profit. And that's where this thing gets a little dicey, in my opinion. Goodwill uses a large percentage of the revenue to fund training programs for those that struggle to find work, which is a good thing. They also pay enormous salaries to those running each individual organization, and some CEOs, like Stephen Loughborough, received over $904,000 in 2022 alone.
It's a non-profit.
It's a non-profit organization, right? I mean, it's an important job that he's running, Nick. What do you think? Do you think that somebody in a non-profit should be allocated allocating those funds, or does it seem like a Ponzi scheme to just be like, we'll take a large portion, but then we pay our little crew handsomely? Is that fair or unfair?
I think it's unfair. I think if you're a nonprofit, just like the Hank Hill episode, remember when they freaked out? We made profit!
We made profit. While it's common for nonprofit organizations to pay their higher-ups good salaries, they are typically scaled down from traditional for-profit businesses for the sake of public perception, because once again, for-profit is different than nonprofit. Our company's not supposed to make money. We're supposed to take everything that we make and give it back to whatever organization. For these people, the people that can't find work, people with disabilities, that kind of stuff. That's the code. At the same time, if I can get a crisp mill off the top of it, why not? Part of why Goodwill customers are still critical of this, however, is due to their belief that disabled workers are exploited by the nonprofit. Okay. Due to a loophole in the Fair Labor Standards Act, Goodwill is able to get away with paying those with disabilities less than a minimum wage.
At least they got a job.
You found work, but at what cost? This has been reoccurring issues with Goodwill for several years, with reports even in 2011 showing that some were being paid as little as 22 cents an hour.
Is this China? Is this China?
What are we supposed to pay him? Look at him. It's like a regular employee, like just like putting stuff on a shelf.
At our college, Harry used to work with people, I forget what they're called, but they were disabled people working for the college. They pay them based on, like, the output. Because they're like, oh, you only stacked.
You did nothing. At that point, if you're paying somebody 22 cents, is it just to give them, like, a place to be? And if that's the case, then why even pay them?
It's, like, a sense of purpose. It's like giving, like, a child. When my mom used to work for this lawyer, he couldn't see at all, but my mom would hand him blank checks to sign to feel like he's still doing work. So it's kind of like that.
Here we go. A big, important check signed off. And she even gave him like a crayon, a crown. But this pen smells weird. That's fine. It's like a coloring book. He's just like, all right, here I am filling out these checks for my important business. In 2019, due to a minimum wage increase, a branch of Goodwill Industries in Springfield sent letters to a dozen disabled workers that were part of the Job Skills program. They were told they were fired until rescinding their decision and apologizing due to the vicious pushback. What am I supposed to do? Pay these freaks? No fair wage for you. We can't keep you. They take their collars off. Go free. Run. In 2022, a woman that had previously worked in an assisted living facility posted TikTok to discuss their qualms with Goodwill. According to her, many of the boys and girls living there worked at Goodwill due to their disabilities being paid less than $1 per hour.
Slave labor, man.
Slave labor. Goodwill? Slave labor. Like, I'm sure the person that is like running Goodwill is making, millions and millions. For a nonprofit, you're just like, can you not throw them off for $7.25 an hour? During the job, one woman had soiled herself. Instead of sending her home, they gave her a choice: either keep working or swap to a used pair of underwear sold in the store. She ended up keeping her own pair on and finishing the rest of her shift in her own filth. I personally, as a shift lead, would have been like, why don't you go home? How many more hours you have left in your shift? We'll pay you the 66 cents. You know what I mean? How gross is it too? Go take one of the used panties. Also, let me tell you something else. If you buy something from Goodwill or any thrift store, you don't go home and wash it before you wear it.
What's wrong with that?
I don't trust that those people are actually washing the clothes before they put them out.
I think they wash them, but I'm thinking
they say that they wash them. I think I saw like a blood stain on a shirt one time, and I was like, I think that's when you toss in the trash.
Oh, that'll come out.
Also, it was like a little kid shirt. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Today's episode sponsored by Gamer Subs. We have our own flavor, raw meat. Don't drink raw meat right now. Do you like summer in a glass? Then drink raw meat. Gamer Subs, 0 sugar, right? Nice caffeine. Or if you don't like caffeine, they have caffeine-free options. Raw meat. Go get raw meat! Use promo code PAPAMeat on checkout. I swear to God, you're gonna get it. You're gonna love it. Please go buy this. If everyone just got one, right, it would end world hunger. That's a fact. If everyone got one right now, if you're watching this fucking video and you go get it, world hunger's done. Ring-a-ding-ding-ding. Don't drink it. Raw meat. Raw meat. That's my flavor. Raw meat. Don't drink it. Thank you so much, Gamer Subs, for sponsoring this video. Go fucking get this. I'm not even joking.
For those that wanted to fight for better treatment in the workplace, their efforts to unionize were met with aggressive and overwhelming union-busting efforts. In 2024, 3 notorious union-busting firms were hired, pressuring people into one-on-one meetings and having their work heavily surveilled. It's funny to think that they brought in union-busting for, like, mentally disabled physically disabled people, and they're just like, your job's not that hard. What the fuck are you talking about? And this is far from the only controversy that they've had. In 2017, in Sacramento, Goodwill was fined over $100,000 from safety violations that led to a 26-year-old dock worker being crushed to death by heavy machinery. A truck driver accidentally released a cable holding a trash bin, which had fallen on a worker named Abraham Garza. His skull was pinned between the bin and the trash compactor, killing him soon after. David Goody, who witnessed the tragic accident, was blamed for his death due to supposed negligence, despite warning them on multiple occasions about the company's inadequate training and potential safety hazards.
He's like, I don't know how to operate this.
What am I supposed to do? Regardless, they denied that the fatal accident was their doing and terminated Goody a week later, banning him from that location entirely, as if he's like, what, I can't get my shorts here anymore?
Do you think he kept coming back?
He's like, the deals are too good. Goody, I gotta get out of here. Get out of here, Goody. It seemed that Goodwill had a track record of injuries due to improper training, and in 2014 and 2017, 2 people were killed in forklift accidents, and apparently the test to obtain the forklift license was impossible to fail and took less than half an hour, which I want to say I worked at FedEx for a little bit. It took, I think it was like, I'm not even joking, like 4 weeks of training. It wasn't half an hour, let me tell you that. One of the most fascinating things about Goodwill is the chaos surrounding Goodwill outlets. I did not know about this phenomenon, which is different from the stores. Like a Goodwill store is going to be different than the Goodwill outlets itself, and there's a whole culture behind Goodwill outlet shoppers. One of these, I guess, parasites is what you might want to call him.
Oh my
the guy
God.
who helps me make all the puppets on this channel, Adam or Creature Kid, is, I mean, a fiend. He's addicted, and I think it really does build addiction. Like, I think that the people who are these Goodwill outlet shoppers, they're addicted to going. When retail Goodwill stores fail to sell their products, they end up being sent to Goodwill outlets as a last-ditch effort to get rid of them. You throw your unused
I love
shirt
those
into
stores.
one of the
I used to
Goodwill
go to those
donation
stores a
bins.
lot.
From there, they're sorted, they go to a store, and if it doesn't sell at the store, it goes back here. Sometimes, too, if there's excess overflow, they'll just go straight to the outlet.
It's just
And if it
these,
doesn't sell at
it's
the
like a
outlet,
whole,
going into
it's a
van.
whole, like, warehouse that you walk into up on like 43rd in Commerce City somewhere in Denver, and like you go in and there's like 50 or 60 huge totes that are the size of like a pallet, you know, but tall. They're like huge. They're like they come to your chest, and inside is all the wealth of Goodwill over the last like 3 months or whatever. And those are about to go to the landfill, and it's good stuff. Sometimes, you know, there's like toys. There's not like gold. I mean, there might be gold in there if you look, but like, you know, there's like, you know, mostly just kids' toys and stuff that normally you would pay a lot of money for. I used to love going and blowing like, you know, $40 or something at a store like that. And that one's even better than the Goodwills because it's just a Goodwill depository. I forget what they actually call it. It's like it's the place that they go right before the landfill. And so they fill these giant totes that are bound for the trash trucks, and they'll sell you like stuff really cheap. They'll be like, yeah, that's $1. You know, because like they know that it's all going to the fucking, like, you know, to the dump anyways. So they'll let you walk with like 10 items for like $1 and shit, and it's actually really cool.
Other items include those that are in poor condition
There it is.
and not deemed
There it is. Did you see the pictures? Yeah, like I described exactly. See it? It's these giant blue totes. I use the word tote because I don't know what else to call this. It's like a giant blue tote filled with stuff. I love this store. I used to spend a lot of time at this store. I used to come and spend like $40 and stuff. You can get like yourself like a nice leather jacket, maybe some records, and, you know, like that slime game maybe, or a purse for your girlfriend or whatever. And like there was like some good stuff, you know, there was good stuff here. That purse isn't that bad. You can see that that's not that bad of a purse, you know. It's like crappy $10 purse, but still, you know, it's still a nice purse. It's better than not having a purse or whatever. What's that sound? Are you attacking me? You are. Die, you. Okay, so I'm going to pause here, guys. I was trying to get this forest chop before I stopped, but nope, no chop before stop. I am going to walk for 2 hours here and water the garden. I love you guys. Thank you for your time. I suppose I could sit here for a few more moments And yep, there we go. And okay, I'm going for my walk. Before I do that, I'm going to pick some YouTube videos to download on my phone and take a look at my downloads on my YouTube and stuff. I love Premium, actually. I like what it does for me. Yeah, download that one. Loading download states. So then some of these I watched and I can delete. It's running a lot slower now because I have like 15 videos or something. I should probably delete them all. You are not loading. You're just giving me a blue spinny. Oh. You're not letting me see these videos. Oh, they download in 144, do they? Okay. Oh, here's a delete all downloads. Delete all downloads. Okay, and now I'm going to go back and I'm going to do new videos, like this one that I just watched. Yeah, download that guy. No, go back. And loading download state. Maybe I should restart my phone, I guess. I'm sorry, I got kind of like distracted here. But anyways, I'm going to log off now. Just a reminder, guys, you've been watching Skycat Live. I am a full-time variety gamer all day, every day. I will be here later this afternoon in 2 hours or so to be here for the rest of the evening to play some 7 Days to Die. Thank you so much for your time. I'll be back here later. I'm going to pause, unpause. Hi, guys. Hello. I love you. We're ready to go back to it. I am loading some 7 days, but it was patching. There we go, and we go on and worry about these things. Yes, run and save as default, and what else? I am looking for, oh, I'm leaving, am I? Yeah, I'm leaving, so that's okay. And this thing gets moved around all of the time because I don't know why.
This isn't a video I wanted to make, and I know that's what every single YouTuber on the platform says.
Sorry.
I've even criticized people of making that claim before they make a video, but this is a really sad situation regarding a YouTuber, and originally I wasn't really going to talk about it, but there's been some updates recently, and this is huge. Now, I don't think this is a brave statement to make, but the internet over the past couple of years just seems to be getting worse and worse. I mean, granted,
way
it's been
meaner.
really good.
Yeah.
You had, like, you know...
You're like way meaner. Yeah.
Xbox live chat in the early 2010s, and the mass amount of hate and slurs you'd get thrown your way just for basically existing.
Yes, I'm a girl on Xbox. Don't hate on me because I'm a girl. That's better than you. That's on you. Love and Louis forever. I love you, baby. Love and Louis forever. Oh my God.
But I feel recently...
Louis and Jamie. Don't hate on me because I'm a girl and I'm better than you. Uh-huh.
The amount of like hatred and vitriol through online discourse and conversations, it's now just become completely unprecedented. And the scariest thing is as well, it's...
So I walked for 2 hours. I watered my garden. Here I am at 4:32. I'm living the most structured lifestyle I've ever lived in my entire life. I kind of get up somewhere between 11 and 2 in the afternoon. I kind of walk for 2 hours, maybe a little bit less, a little bit more. I definitely water the garden, and by 4:30 I'm in for the rest of the night. Unless I've got to go shopping or drinking or something like that. I don't know. Or like something in the real world. But overall, I really like having a new schedule. Now it's got like a 6-hour leeway so that you couldn't really call it a schedule per se. But I'm definitely going to like take a walk and water the garden every day from 2 till 4:30.
I mean, I'm not making any kind of like Hippocrates or Socrates statements here. There's no deep philosophy. It's pretty...
And every day I have to shower, I have to walk, I don't have to, but I should walk. And the garden all summer, and then after that I'll just probably, check in on my parents kind of thing. And and I take care of my family life. And that's the most structure I've ever had in my life because I own my own home now. My own home, it was only like, 26,000 or something like that. 27, I think, or 29. But I mean, like, it's still my own home. And because I make my own schedule in my own home, I'm doing the best I've ever done.
Obvious that when you talk about someone or talk to someone on the internet, there's a filter there. So chances are you're probably going to be a little bit more extreme than if you were talking to them in person. So there was a well-known YouTuber who also ran a fox sanctuary, and unfortunately, she decided to take her own life. That was after getting a bunch of hate and criticism from people online. And at the minute, she's left behind her foundation, as well as her widowed husband and a young daughter. And it seems, after looking into this, it basically all revolves around harassment she was receiving online. Now, there have been benefits to anonymity, and there are definitely some downsides, like I'm talking about today. This is one of the worst cases of harassment I've ever seen someone go through. Now, in the past 24 hours, a lot has happened, especially that the people who basically attacked her and harassed her constantly, they've actually been kind of like named and shamed publicly.
Oh, good.
We'll go into that later. I don't want to just make the entire video about these, like, horrible people who basically made this woman make the final decision. I think it'd be more important in this video to kind of like, cherish her life, her achievements, and the kind of things that she did. So back in March 2013, there was a woman called Michaela Rains, and she posted her first video onto the YouTube channel Save a Fox. It's a harmless video. She's basically talking about how to look after and care for a snapping turtle if you're keeping one as a pet. It's pretty much just informational stuff. And over the years, Michaela's channel actually kept posting informative content surrounding care for different kinds of animals. Her passion and intelligence for these kinds of topics basically snowballed her channel into getting 2.4 million subscribers, basically spreading awareness on animal welfare, and also found the Save a Fox Foundation. World Animal News actually gives quite a lot of detail about her life in a recently published article, showing that this wasn't really for money or for like fame, YouTube success. It was basically just a genuine drive to try to help others. At age 15, Michaela rescued and raised her first fox.
HDR looks a lot better now.
By 18, she'd earned her license as a wildlife rehabilitator and pursued studies to become a veterinary technician. However, she ultimately found her true calling in rescuing captive-born domestic foxes. And that's exactly what she did. So by around 2017, she actually had her own foundation where she would rescue foxes that were usually in poor or...
I had an ex-girlfriend who was passionate about fennec foxes. She was a beautiful girl. Her WoW name was Journey. She's one of the more beautiful girls I've ever dated. She was the second hottest girl I've ever been with, and boy, she could stop traffic. And she was the horde side healer for my horde guild. And we fell in love when I was like, I don't know, 34 or something like that. And I lived with her for a year, I think it was, 2 years or something. And then we realized that we didn't really have anything in common besides MMOs. So, and MMOs are a good place to start, but they're also not very healthy for you. And she was a health-minded individual, so, and I wasn't really ready to get my health correct back then. So, yeah. But it was a good relationship, and she was passionate about fennec foxes, so I know a lot about fennec foxes, like a lot more than you might think, because she almost bought one, and then she decided that it was inhumane. But yeah.
Abusive conditions, and basically raise them and give them a better standard of living. So her journey actually started when she rescued 3 foxes from a fur farm. Now, fur farms, if you haven't heard of them, they are just completely dystopian, whether you believe in, vegan lifestyle.
Oh, now the sun comes out. God damn it. The minute that I sit down, the fucking sun comes out. It was overcast while I walked.
Or, eating meat and you don't care, regardless. These farms are they're vile. They basically breed these foxes with the intent of killing them and skinning them, usually giving them hormones and stuff to make them fatter. Yeah, okay. Not the right word to use, but they literally become larger, so their pelts are bigger for when they're killed. And they're just kept in these like cages all day, basically getting no freedom, because what's the point? It's not like the fur quality is going to be any worse. It's usually mink, foxes, chinchillas, but some countries as well also allow cats and dogs to be farmed. So she was attending college to be a veterinarian technician, but she dropped out and basically started to try to rescue more animals. Yet, despite this seeming really altruistic and just a great thing for everyone, there were still people that took issue with her. The biggest offender and the most amount of hate she got was actually from the Saber Fox Snark subreddit, which, unsurprisingly, has now been shut down by moderators. Now, I get it, I'm an old man, I'm pushing 30, but honestly, I did not know what Snark subreddits were until recently. It's more on that kind of H3 side of the internet where they seem to be more popular. I mean, the only thing I can really seem to gather from Snark subreddits is they're usually rent-free about a particular creator or a person, and they're usually ran by about 90% women. I mean, me personally, I wouldn't need my own Snark subreddit because my own subreddit hates me enough. But some people have actually been archiving on Wayback Machine all the things that were being said on the subreddit. Now, a lot of these posts that were made on the subreddit just seem to be absolutely like nothing burger criticisms, like posting that an animal hasn't shown up for a video in a while, or posting when an animal has died under their watch. I mean, what she was doing was for a really noble cause, but unfortunately, animals would still die under their care. You know, if you have like a fox, for example, that's just been raised in captivity legally, it can't actually be released in the wild. It would have no idea how to fend for itself. So what Saber Fox would do would actually take care of the fox until it would die. And keep in mind as well, animals like foxes have really short lifespans, only around like 3 to 4 years. And considering Saber Fox has been running since like 2017, there would be a lot of animals that died. Now, I do also want to mention here as well that the Wayback Machine, it's not really showing images or comments, so some of the context here is missing. I'm kind of just going off titles alone, but even then, it just seems to be very like pointless criticisms to make. And I do think that there's a huge irony as well that Michaela was basically spending her life for the betterment of animals, and people would endlessly criticize her online, probably not even doing a tenth of the goodwill work that she did. And I get it, you know, running an animal shelter, it can be really unpredictable. There can be some huge drawbacks there, some consequences. But, you know, at the end of the day, at least she was actually doing something. I even saw one person saying that even though she was rescuing these foxes from fur farms, she was actually directly supporting fur farms by buying fox cubs that have been rejected by their mothers, arguing that the money used was just going to keep funding fur farms. But again, it's one of those scenarios where it's like, if she didn't make that choice, the fox cubs probably just would have been killed anyway. I've always just found it weird how people get absolutely mind broken over that stuff. It's like, these are industries that want to increase profits more than anything else. There was like an adult animated show, I'm not sure whether it was like South Park or Family Guy or something, but there was this one scene where they were showing like chick culling, like chicks being separated, the unwanted ones just being like ground down because it was the most efficient way to do so. And I swear, like, seeing that as a kid, it absolutely mind broken me. So now we've laid a little bit of backstory, but on the 23rd of June, the Saber Fox YouTube channel posted a video titled An Unimaginable Loss for the Rescue, where Ethan notes that Michaela was on the autism spectrum, and that allowed her to really hyper-focus on her work saving animals.
As many of you know, she was on the autism spectrum, and while that made her life very difficult, it allowed her to hyper-focus on one thing, and that one thing was obviously animals.
According to Ethan, she would spend every waking hour of her life trying to help.
Yeah, I've known people like this.
And rescue animals, to the point that she'd actually end up neglecting her own bodily needs like eating and sleeping, since she had so much love and fixation on basically caring for these animals and wanted to spend her life aiding them, basically creating these incredibly strong bonds with any creature she took in, not just the foxes.
She put the animals' well-being over her own time and time again. She would forgo sleep, eating, and showering if there was an animal that needed her help. And it was not just foxes.
Internet bullies got her to self-delete, huh?
I've seen her help birds, reptiles, sheep, squirrels. I truly believe when it came to animals, she could do anything.
Now, thankfully, even though she isn't here anymore, it seems that the channel will still be run and the foundation will still go ahead. Ethan will basically do everything in his power to keep the Saber Fox initiative going. He does state in the video this is what Michaela really would have wanted for the initiative and the foundation to keep going.
She was not just a rescuer, but an advocate. Her legacy is Save a Fox. And despite her being the most important part of that, I am not going to let it stop here. I will do whatever I can to see Save a Fox keep moving forward to save as many lives as possible.
Fuck, I forgot I had a wolf.
I gave Michaela all of my love and energy, and I will do the same with this rescue going forward. We can continue to help the many helpless animals that need us and educate and bring awareness to everyone. This is what Michaela would want, and I have to see her goals and dreams be realized.
Ethan then goes on to talk about Michaela separately from Save a Fox. Michaela as a mother and also as a wife, and saying that love and passion really didn't stop at just the rescue project.
Aside from being the amazing superhero of animals, Michaela was also a wonderful wife and a caring mother. Every day I would wake up to a list from her on exactly what we needed to accomplish in the day. Her work ethic was, for lack of better words, relentless.
He says that they spent basically every waking moment together, and genuinely, I cannot even imagine the unbearable pain that he's going through right now. Ethan basically describes it in the video as half of him is missing.
I have never shared a bond with anyone the way I have with her. We spent nearly every moment of every day together. And now
And you killed her.
half of me is missing.
So what? Cause so you can have some laughs.
But honestly, massive respect to him. The fact that he was able to, get the camera out, record this video, not being a complete, crying mess, which would make total sense considering everything that's happened, but he's still able to deliver this message and talk about Michaela in such a positive way. It really shows, great character of him, and I think Michaela had an amazing partner as well. He also speaks about how much of a good mother Michaela was to their daughter, Freya. Actually, carrying on her values.
Freya? She named her daughter Freya.
To Freya to treat animals with respect and how to care for them.
But despite all of this, she was a best friend to Freya. And every day she would teach her how to interact with, respect, and care for the animals here. They would go on pony rides together, swing in the fox yards, and take care of Freya's little cockroaches.
Aww.
The first thing
She's
Freya
an
would want every
entomologist. The study of bugs is important.
Mommy.
Mm-hmm.
Following this, Michaela's mental health is then discussed, where Ethan basically explains the struggles that he faced due to her autism. There was also depression, BPD, borderline personality disorder, and other issues. Therapy, medication, nothing really seemed to work for her.
For her entire life, she struggled. She struggled with autism, with depression, with borderline personality disorder, and more. She was always in and out of different kinds of therapy, trying various mood stabilizers and meds. But nothing really seemed to help.
And that's one of the biggest hurdles with anything related to the mind, mental health. Usually there isn't a cure-all method. Sometimes meds can work, sometimes therapy can work, but a lot of the times they might not actually work. But again, though, the fact that she had all these mental health issues and was still able to persevere, that's really commendable. And then Ethan gets around to the topic of the hate Michaela was receiving online. He discusses that it actually wasn't just the Hate Brigade or even the Snark subreddits, but people in real life and even at other animal foundations.
For a few years, a group of people had been throwing dirt on Michaela's name and the rescue. Most of these are people she knew, and some of them are other animal sanctuaries.
Wow.
They consistently spread ridiculous claims and rumors, and being the sensitive human that she was, Michaela took it all to heart. And it hurt her. It hurt her a lot. But she pushed through.
Now, I find it insane that he said this, that other foundations would actually try to drag you down as well. I mean, surely if you have an issue with the way that one person is running a sanctuary or something, you'd get in contact with them about it. Ethan would claim that these other sanctuaries would basically spread just completely baseless, untrue rumors about her to try and discredit her. But then to make things worse, a lot of this similar criticism would actually come from close friends. And Ethan believes that this is one of the major reasons why she took her own life. The worst thing about this entire situation is how easily a lot of it could have just been avoided. There is basically zero benefit for spreading hate online. I get it, right? We've all got the boys group chat where, you just talk a bunch of shit about people all the time. We all do it. It's human. If
I don't do that.
Leaked, would you look like a very petty, cowardly person? Yeah, probably. But I feel here a lot of the hatred she was getting was actually stemming from jealousy, and it was just that kind of self-hatred and then that need to kind of project it onto someone else. Ethan even says something similar within the video, basically saying that, you know, you can talk shit about someone, it's fine, but you really don't know what kind of damage you're doing to someone behind closed doors.
She couldn't bear what she was feeling any longer. And she ended her life. And it breaks my heart that someone who is selfless and devoted her life to animals could have so much negativity pointed at her. Why?
Yeah, why?
That's all I can ask is why.
Why?
In a world that's filled with darkness, she was just light.
Yep.
She was just light.
I don't like watching men cry. It actually is a really it's like a trigger for me. I'm just gonna skip through it.
Say something before it's too late.
It is one of those situations that's really heartbreaking because, again, I get it. There is so much hatred on the internet. And even like I said earlier, you know, I'm not going to act like I'm some like moral paradigm and I haven't, you know, like said or done like snide things or, you know, said things that I regret. Everyone has done that. But it's so obvious here that this was basically a dedicated harassment campaign. And the well got poisoned so badly that it basically spread to like people that she believed were close friends. And I think I can agree with a lot of people, especially if you're on the internet. You know, someone talks shit about you online, kind of hurts, kind of sucks, you get a thick skin, but when it's from someone that you actually trust, that will hurt infinitely more than what some random 5-follower Andy says on Twitter. So we've talked about Michaela, the life that she led, the great foundation that she founded and is still being ran, even though she isn't with us anymore. But, and I did say I would talk about this at the start of the video, I'm going to talk about the supposed people who were harassing her. Now again, I do want to say the things that these people have said and the things these people have said in response to being called out is abhorrent. I'm not going to reach the point and say that these are the people that made Michaela take her own life. We will never know that, but they definitely contributed to the amount of harassment she was getting. So there is one person in particular who's being absolutely dogged on right now. I'm not going to name them for obvious reasons, because what I've seen be documented, what they've said about Michaela is horrendous. I think we've got a situation here where it's like one person has made the decision to take their own life. If another person decides to take their own life because of the harassment they're receiving, I just don't really think that that benefits anyone, even if what this person said was just absolutely horrendous and just so evil. So we've got evidence of this person, and they were basically having a hate campaign against Michaela like all the way back in 2023. They posted a list onto Reddit of bad things that Michaela's done, apparently, such as buying foxes from fur farmers, not actually rescuing them, which is a point that we've already covered, by the way, possibly doing drugs and using animals for financial gain. Now, since this is being pulled from an archive, not an actual live post, a lot of the sources that this person cited, they don't work or they don't actually lead anywhere. We don't actually know the sources for these claims that are being made or the evidence to back it up. Although one link did actually work for me, and it basically led to a Tumblr thread where people were just discussing fur farms. And if that's the level of evidence that's being provided here, it's not really too much of a groundbreaking discovery. So usually if you get called out for harassing someone and then the unthinkable happens, you'd probably do everything you can to keep a low profile, right? To stay away from the internet, maybe go through a rebrand, change your name. This is not what this person done. They actually made a post on Reddit trying to defend themselves. You people called me slurs, threatening to dox me, which has actually happened to them and their parents, and telling me to kill myself as well. And somehow you're the good guys. When I first found out what happened, in the very heat of the moment, I felt no remorse. Then a pit made itself known in my stomach and began to expand. But how? With the way you people are behaving, the guilt is starting to wane. You probably won't believe me when I say this, but I was never a part of the SAF Snark subreddit. I never even knew it existed before today. If Michaela cannot be blamed for her fox's easily preventable deaths, then I cannot be blamed for her own death. I simply compiled information they had given me. This is not bullying. I made one post putting together various sources, and that was it. Get a fucking life. So as you can see, they're definitely not backing down. And then they made another post where they basically doubled down. I'm not backing down. Fuck off. You act like I went to Michaela's house, sliced her open, and left her to bleed out. All I did was put together a few sources pointing out some things she did wrong. I had no hand in bullying of any kind. Even if I did, you're no better or calling me slurs, telling me you're gonna dox me and sending me instructions on how to kill myself. Now, one thing this person did was try to wipe pretty much any social media they had as quickly as possible. Twitter, Blue Sky, their affinity, it's all gone. And most of it now is only really accessible
because they might be culpable to murder.
I think the way that this person responded to being accused was incredibly immature, just vindictive, and it's almost like they're trying to make themselves a victim instead of Michaela. You know, like using that gruesome detail about like, you know, it's like I sliced her out. Like this is someone that's taken their own life. Like, do you really think it's a good idea to be using that kind of verbiage? Now, one thing I have noticed on the internet is when you're hated enough or you don't have any kind of respect, people can just run with things with basically next to no proof apart from maybe a screenshot, and people will take that as gospel. That is exactly what is happening with this individual now, because I've seen some crazy things, like for example claims that they've been into zoophilia, with some screenshots floating around about how they wanted to, like, you know, do things with their cat but they're fighting the, like, really crazy stuff. The only backing I can even see is like a single Discord screenshot, and that's it. An image that could very easily be edited. Again, even though this person is probably the single most hated person on the internet right now, I do think at the same time, basically anything can be said now and people will believe it, because a lot of people are angry with what happened with Michaela and they're basically looking to take that frustration out on someone. I mean, I have seen multiple times being mentioned in like their Twitter bio or Blue Sky or whatever that they're against that kind of stuff, the zoophilia. So you either basically have two outcomes here. You'd either have someone that was lying to make this person that was harassing Michaela look even worse, or you've got the biggest case of projection in human history. They're against something, but then secretly in private, they were kind of into it. But again, I think this takes away the whole point of Michaela, and that's one of the reasons why I didn't want to really talk about it at all, or at least towards the end of the video, because this isn't really what we should be focusing on. I think it should be Michaela's memory. But again, it's just a really sad example of people thinking that they've got this ability to do like internet justice, and you can even see as well, it's like, you know, she took her own life, and then some of the people involved, they've admitted themselves they just basically have next to no guilt, and that is a terrifying thing. That is very, very scary. The fact that you could push someone to making like the final choice, and even then it's like, anyways, like that's terrifying. But again, I just hope Ethan's doing all right, the family's doing all right. It's just a really sad and horrible situation. I was kind of on the fence if I wanted to talk about this or not, but I feel like everything that's came out and the kind of lack of remorse that some of the people have had, yeah, I think now it's kind of fair to talk about this.
I'm going to put on a cheap throwaway set so I can actually take a hit. But I am going to bring a spear in case I need to defend myself. But I'm going to go right off and do this one daily for an herb I've never gone to farm before. Yeah, I'll take a cheap set. Please get out of the door. Hurry up, you. Oh, wait. I forgot bandages. Which I think should be in that box. Yeah. I failed to split. Please move. Alright, we're out to find the wizard. Let's go see where Draken is. This is going to be a long journey. It's like 1,600 meters, which isn't that fun. I don't know. If you look at it the right way, that's not that far.